Chapter 877. On the other side. Pu Guanshan's face was full of joy as he said, I didn't disappoint the four of you. Old Pu, you've helped us so many times. We won't mistreat you. Yun Piaoliu smiled and checked the blood-red bottle carefully. He smiled and said, have they all retreated? They've all retreated. Pu Guanshan said. He was quite confident in the effectiveness of his orders. Yun Piaoliu looked at the black needle in the small red bottle. It kept changing directions. Suddenly, the black needle vibrated and pointed to the southwest. Yun Piaoliu said seriously, attention. Get ready. The entire southwest area can be retreated. Yun Piaoliu looked at the needle that was still rotating in the southwest direction. He said softly, those below the mystical returning realm. Don't attack. Don't give him a chance. Mystical returning realm cultivators work together and destroy the southwest area of White Mountain City. Force Yumoyan into the sky. He said slowly and looked at the small bottle. I didn't expect this Yumoyan to be so difficult to deal with. The legendary Void Transformation Stone is indeed mysterious. But it's useless now. It's settled. Pu Guanshan said, good. If you still can't catch him, I'll have to send a message and ask my guards to come in. Yun Piaoliu smiled gently. Not many people know that we're in White Mountain City. I don't want to make it public. If it gets out, it'll be bad for Master Pu. Thank you for your concern. Pu Guanshan said, but the golden soul pill that Master made. Yun Piaoliu said lightly, after this, the 3 pills I promised you can be delivered at any time. There's 6 transformation golden pills. There's 6 transformation golden pills made by Ancestor Yun himself. With these 3 golden pills, you'll be able to reach Dao Reunion Realm. 3 golden pills. 6 transformation golden pills. This was beyond Pu Guanshan's expectations. Pu Guanshan was overjoyed. Thank you, young Master Yun. Let's move. More than 30 returnants profound realm experts had quietly surrounded the entire area. All the buildings connected to it had been neatly destroyed, leaving behind only an isolated island. Yumoyan knew what the other party wanted to do, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't even dig a tunnel, he only felt his heart turn cold. Was he really going to die here today? His figure moved at high speed and rushed to one side. Even if he had reached the end of his life, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He had to find a few people to accompany him in death. However, in the next moment, a shockwave suddenly appeared in the air. After space lock, attack immediately. Control your strength, don't kill Yumo on the spot. Understood. Mount Pu Guan's purple robes fluttered as he rushed into the sky. As Mount Pu Guanshan opened his hands, a huge amount of energy gathered below. Slowly, the air in the entire region became viscous. Flying Sky Lock. An indescribable and mysterious aura that belonged to a realm suddenly became thicker in the air. Disdain flashed across the eyes of Yun Piaoliu and the others. This Mount Pu Guanshan sky-soaring realm cultivator really didn't live up to his name. If a genius reached the sky-soaring realm, he would only need to raise his hand and the air below would become as hard as steel. But Mount Pu Guanshan could only do this when he used all his strength. He was really too weak, it was hard to describe. Little did he know that Pu Guanshan was also helpless. The area of space that he controlled was really too big. It was almost as big as a village. To lock down such a large area, even if I am a flying cultivator, I am still unable to do it. Yumoyan, who was in the middle of the situation, felt the air suddenly become viscous. He actually showed signs of being unable to move. Shocked, he subconsciously gathered all the spiritual energy in his body. At this moment, an order came from the sky: attack. With a loud explosion, the experts in all directions attacked at the same time. 1/10 of the entire White Mountain city was instantly turned into ruins. All the houses and buildings were completely destroyed. In the midst of the ruins, Yumoyan's body let out a long cry of despair as he rushed into the sky. This was something he had no choice but to do. 36 Ascension Realm experts attacked at the same time, directly destroying the entire space. Everything that was affected by their power was pushed into the sky without exception. With just Yumoyan's strength, how could he resist? It was already very lucky that he wasn't killed by this force. Looking at the figure flying into the sky, Yun Pialiu laughed loudly. He's out, he's out. Yumoyan, even if you're a mouse, I can still force you out. Yun Pialiu, Feng Wuhen and Feng Wuyi all smiled. The situation was set. Right now, it was like a group of cats facing a mouse. Mount Puguanshan stood in the sky like a tall mountain. His voice was loud like a bell as he ordered, "All of White Mountain City, listen up. Capture Yumoyan." "Yes, sir." Over 100 figures, all Ascension Realm experts, including 2 sky-soaring realm experts, surrounded Yumoyan in the sky. Everyone's face was cold. Long swords were everywhere, shining with cold light. In the middle, Yumoyan floated in the air, a sword in his hand, shining with cold light. His face was pale, but his eyes were calm. Since he was already in a situation where death was certain, he could only fight to the death. What a pity. Bosswa, you can't go on adventures with your brothers anymore. Who would have thought that I, Yumoyan, would die here today? I thought that I was destined to be buried on the battlefield, sacrificed in the battle of the Wu people. Who would have thought that I would die in the hands of the astral souls? What a joke, what a pity. Ha ha ha. Yumoyan laughed crazily, his hand holding his sword tightly. He said coldly, "It's fine if I die, but it's a pity that I've never been on the battlefield. This sword hasn't been stained with the blood of the Wu people, it's a pity." The long sword flashed, Yumoyan's body instantly turned into a flash of lightning. Facing the encirclement, facing hundreds of strong enemies, Yumoyan actually took the initiative to attack. Dang 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 sounds continued. Yumoyan flashed in the air like a ghost, his sword flying out, sword chi flying everywhere. The Ascension Realm experts fighting against him all felt their hearts tighten. One Ascension Realm expert's face suddenly turned pale, his body swayed, and he retreated 3 steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. Yumoyan's sword chi had actually injured his own origin. This brat, who was only at the late cloud transformation realm, was actually able to injure a Ascension Realm expert with 1 sword. Everyone attacked at the same time, but Yumoyan's movements were nimble. He dodged left and right in the encirclement, his sword flashing. He was attacking with all his might, dashing left and right. 2 sky-soaring realm experts, one on the left and one on the right, were watching the battle. Although Yumoyan's talent was unbelievable, but in this kind of battle, there was no need for the 2 sky-soaring realm experts to take action. This is a genius. This is a true genius. Yun Pialiu looked at Yumoyan, who was able to kill a Ascension Realm expert with 1 sword under the encirclement of hundreds of experts, his body floating around like an illusion, and could not help but praise. This kind of talent, this kind of nature, this kind of tenacity, this kind of mentality. If this brat grows up in the future, I'm afraid, he will be another heavenly king of the astral souls continent. It's a pity, he will not have that chance in this life. Yun Pialiu's heart was filled with joy. Who would have thought that the 2 hearts cauldrons would be able to kill a future heavenly king of the astral souls continent? This was too good. Heavenly king. Even Pu Guanshan's heart shook. Yun Pialiu's evaluation of Yumoyan was actually so high. Did I just kill a future heavenly king of the astral souls continent? Thinking of this, Pu Guanshan suddenly felt very complicated. Pu Guanshan did not doubt Yun Piaoliu's evaluation, because he also saw Yu Moyan's potential. Regardless of age, talent, current cultivation realm, especially the performance of his battle strength, everything pointed to the fact that he was indeed a rare genius. Pu Guanshan had never seen such a genius in his life. This age, this level of cultivation, this level of battle prowess. What a pity. Even though they were enemies, Pu Guanshan sighed in his heart. There was a boom in the air. Yu Moyan, who had killed 2 people in a row, was attacked by 3 Returnant's profound realm experts. His body quickly twisted and turned, but, in such a tight encirclement, he could not dodge all of them. With a boom, the sword chi and the attack collided. Yu Moyan groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood, his body somersaulting in the air. Suddenly, the sword light became dazzling, forming a model dragon, roaring and whistling. Body and sword as one. What a genius! Yun Piaoliu praised from the bottom of his heart. But in his heart, he was even more excited. The more talented Yu Moyan was, the more advantageous it would be for this plan. This 2 hearts cauldron should be the highest quality in so many years. Not bad, not bad. On the side, Yun Piaoliu and Feng Wui looked at Yun Piaoliu and Feng Wuhan with jealousy. Because only 2 people could enjoy it, each of the 2 families had to send a representative, so Yun Piaoliu and Feng Wui would not be able to enjoy it. At this moment, another unforeseen event occurred. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded. But this time, the sound came from the direction of the city gate. It was as if a super bomb had suddenly exploded at the city gate of White Mountain City. Everyone in the air turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. Why would there be a commotion at the city gate at this time? What kind of attack could cause such a big commotion? On the other side, smoke and dust filled the air as far as the eye could see. The entire city gate and the city wall had completely collapsed. There was a ripple in the air, and the sky ceiling cover had completely disappeared after the explosion. One attack had smashed the city gate and the sky ceiling cover. Who was this? Pu Guanshan's pupils shrank, and he was a little surprised. Yun Piaoliu and the others also looked at him in surprise. In the endless smoke and dust, the young man in white rushed up to the sky of White Mountain City like a bolt of lightning, rushing towards the battle that was in full swing. His shout was like a thunderclap that shook the sky. The snow around White Mountain City rose into the air. Yu Moyan. Brother is here. Is this great? Please vote for me. Chapter 878. A thunderous roar shook the sky. Yu Moyan's body trembled as he heard the roar. He cried out, "Zwa!" For a moment, he wondered if he was in a dream. How long has it been? How did Zwa get here so fast? Follow me. Zwa Xiaoduo laughed as he rushed towards the encirclement like a meteor. Pu Guanshan's eyes flashed with cruelty. Kill him. Instantly, dozens of Returnant's realm experts rushed towards him. Zwa Xiaoduo rushed forward like a meteor, his eyes filled with killing intent. A shout. Countless weapons slashed towards Zwa Xiaoduo's body. But at this moment, Zwa Xiaoduo roared, "Hammers!" In the sky, 2 unimaginably huge hammers appeared. These 2 huge hammers, one above and one below, completely covered Zwa Xiaoduo's body. When they first saw it, they thought, these hammers are so huge, they're like water tanks. Are they shields? Then, Zwa Xiaoduo's sky-pointing hammers fell and the earth-pointing hammers rose. A whirlwind magnetic field was formed in an instant. Before he could even finish his ascent, a huge vortex had already appeared around him. In the sky, Zhuo Duo and the hammers could no longer be seen. Only black light and white smoke could be seen swirling in the air. Boom boom. The first Returnant's Realm expert who came into contact with the hammers didn't even have time to scream before his entire body and weapon was smashed into pieces. Then the second, the third. Zhuo Duo was like an unstoppable whirlwind. With an unimaginable explosive force, one man and two hammers charged into the encirclement. Follow me and break out. Zhuo Duo roared. Umo Yen didn't say anything and followed behind Zhuo Duo. The two of them were like meteors as they rushed forward. However, they didn't turn back to escape through the city gate. Instead, they chose to follow Zhuo Duo's momentum and charge forward. Break out. Pu Guanshan wanted to make a move, but after looking at Yun Piaoliu, he felt that it would be beneath his status if he did it himself, so he yelled, "Take him down." Boom! One of the Skysoar Realm experts from White Mountain City, the Vice City Lord Qingguanan, slammed his staff onto Zhuo Duo's hammer. Zhuo Duo's body trembled as he felt his internal organs trembling. Blood was about to flow out from his 7 apertures. The staff was also a heavy weapon, and this Skysoar Realm cultivator's staff weighed over 500 kilograms. When he swung it at high speed, the force behind it was unimaginable. Although Zhuo Duo was also known for his strength, in this extreme collision, he was still slightly inferior. After all, the difference between their cultivation levels was too great. Zhuo Duo roared and spun his twin hammers. The sun and moon yin-yang hammers were unleashed, and Bai and Jiao rushed into the hammerhead. A black and white whirlwind suddenly appeared in the sky. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of hammer strikes were unleashed in a series of extremely violent strikes. Puff puff. The two Skysoar Realm experts at the front were unable to resist and were forced to retreat while spurting out blood. Zhuo Duo and Yumoyan yelled and swung their hammers, turning the 13 people in front of them into dust. Their flesh and blood fluttered in the air like pink snowflakes. When the sun and moon hammers were unleashed, the dead experts of White Mountain City didn't even have their souls floating out. However, Zhuo Duo didn't have the time and didn't notice it at all. Whoosh! Yumoyan pushed Zhuo Duo's body from behind, while Zhuo Duo carried Yumoyan and activated the Sky Origin Evasion to rush forward. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the left side of the city wall. Pu Guanshan couldn't hold himself back anymore and yelled, "Junior." Before he yelled, he was already in front of Zhuo Duo. Zhuo Duo yelled and pushed the spiritual energy in his dantian to the limit again. He poured the second layer of the flaming sun scripture that he had painstakingly cultivated into the two hammers. The hammers intertwined with yin and yang, black and white, and a fiery red color mixed with a blazing temperature. They fiercely smashed towards Pu Guanshan. 1 hammer. 2 hammers. The 2 hammers became smoother and smoother. After hundreds of hammer strikes, Pu Guanshan yelled and felt his body tremble. He couldn't stop himself from flying backwards. Zhuo Duo's last hammer strike even sent him flying back along with his sword. He yelled, "Old thief! Just you wait." Zhuo Duo roared and swung his hammer again. He actually managed to blast a huge hole in the city wall that was a few meters thick. In the midst of his roar, Umo Yen and Zhuo Duo disappeared into the snowstorm outside White Mountain City. A gust of wind and snow suddenly flew in from the hole in the city wall. Puff! A mouthful of blood. After Zhuo Duo rushed out of White Mountain City, he spat out the blood from his mouth. Facing 3 Skysoar Realm experts and hundreds of returning Spirit Royal Realm experts, Zhuo Duo was fighting with his life on the line. All of his spiritual energy was used up. All of his meridians were injured. His dantian was in pain and his vision was turning black. Fortunately, he had the Heavenman Stone to replenish his energy and repair his body. He took a deep breath and the Heavenman Stone's effect was activated. After rushing out of the city wall, he didn't stop. He pulled Yumoyin and rushed out. The two figures were instantly sucked into the snowstorm outside. Not far behind them, Pu Guanshan's body was still in the process of flying backwards. His face was full of shock. The sword in his hand was only left with the hilt. The young man who had suddenly appeared to save Mo Yen had continuously swung his hammer 300 times. Even though he was a Skysoar realm cultivator, he didn't feel like he was able to block the young man's attacks at all. All he could do was passively retreat as the young man smashed his hammer. The power unleashed by the opponent's twin hammers had reached an unimaginable level. Pu Guanshan could clearly sense that the young man's true cultivation was at most a peak god-reigning realm cultivator or a returnance realm cultivator. However, as a Skysoar realm cultivator who was at least an entire realm higher than the young man, he was actually unable to suppress the young man's violent attacks. The 300 hammer strikes forced him to retreat. Then, under his gaze, the opponent smashed the other side of White Mountain City's wall and broke out of the encirclement. This kind of power made everyone's mind tremble. The opponent's strength was outstanding, but the opponent's aura was even more earth-shattering and shocking. Chase! Pu Guanshan's face was flush red as he angrily shouted. Needless to say, the hundreds of experts belonging to White Mountain City all rushed out through the gap in the city wall. Until now. High up in the sky, Yun Piaoliu and the other three who were watching the battle finally came back to their senses. The four of them looked at each other as if they had seen a ghost. They only felt that their hearts were beating wildly, and they couldn't control themselves. None of them had thought that in White Mountain City, under such a tight encirclement, there would be such a fierce person. One man with two hammers, breaking through the encirclement, and breaking out of the encirclement of hundreds of experts. It was like smashing out a path of blood. Even after the opponent had broken out of the encirclement, the four of them still couldn't believe what they had seen. Everything seemed so unreal. This. Could it be real? One man with two hammers. The first hammer directly smashed the city gate and shattered the heaven ceiling shield. Then, he rushed up to the sky and attacked the top experts of White Mountain City who had already formed an encirclement. In just a few seconds, he smashed more than 20 high-level cultivators who were surrounding Yumoyin to death and broke out of the encirclement. Then, he continued to move forward in a straight line. The two hammers turned the entire space pink. He also attacked fiercely while being surrounded by two Ascension Realm cultivators. In the end, under Pu Guanshan's attack, he continued to attack crazily until Pu Guanshan was forced to retreat. He even smashed the city wall with one hammer and left. What kind of earth-shattering might was this? Who is he? Yun Piaoliu felt that his heart was beating fast. Yun Piaoliu was from a famous family. He had seen a lot of martial arts masters. However, this was the first time he had seen such a powerful and violent young martial arts master. Especially this kind of aura, which could even shatter the sky. It was something he had never seen before. What shocked him even more was that the opponent was very young, much younger than him. He could even be considered a teenager. His age was the most shocking part. Pu Guanshan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He flew up into the sky with anger and shame on his face. The enemy had faced their strongest lineup in their own headquarters, and they had even faced off against him, their strongest combatant. Despite that, they had still been able to slaughter their way out, and even a Skysoar realm expert like him hadn't been able to stop the enemy from leaving. He didn't even slow down his opponent's pace. Not even for a second. Apart from being shocked, it was also too embarrassing. Not only these people, but all the experts who had participated in the battle were also in a state of confusion. Even those who had chased after Pu Guanshan were in a state of confusion. It was too cruel. It was too cruel, wasn't it? None of the people who had been smashed to death had a complete corpse. Not even the slightest bit of complete body remains could be preserved. After being smashed by such terrifying hammers, no matter if it was their weapons or their bodies, they were all smashed into a bloody mist. There was no exception. 35 experts of White Mountain City were all smashed into a bloody mist. 23 God-reigning cultivators and 12 profound returning cultivators were killed. Such a battle record made everyone's heart sink. They had a vague feeling that a disaster was about to befall them. This wasn't an ordinary battle between God-reigning and profound returning cultivators. Instead, it was a battle led by 2 Sky Soar Realm experts. Furthermore, the City Lord of White Mountain City, Pu Guanshan, had personally joined the battle. So many people had died, and the opponent had still managed to break out of the encirclement and escape. Even if they had caught the enemy by surprise, the opponent had still managed to escape unscathed. Furthermore, he had even brought another person with him. That roar, in particular, seemed to be reverberating in the air. That roar was filled with killing intent. It was like the roar of the Grim Reaper. Old bastard, just you wait. Chapter 879. Who is he? Who is he? Pu Guanshan held his broken sword and felt pain in his heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys. I don't know. I only heard Umo Yen call him. Swa. Someone answered. The person who spoke had lost an arm and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of fear. He was slightly further away from the encirclement and only his weapon had touched the outer edge of Zhuoshaoduo's sledgehammer. But as a mid-level Gui Xian expert, he had paid the price of having his weapon shattered on the spot and lost an arm. To the people of White Mountain City, this young man's entrance and exit was simply a nightmare. But compared to the others who had fallen, he was still lucky. After all, he had kept his life. There was a sweetness in the bitterness. Swa. Yun Piaoliu frowned and said lightly, could it be Zhuoshaoduo? Yun Piaoliu and the other 3 had also experienced the trial in Crown Prince's Academy. But they had entered the spirit-dominating area. Although they weren't in the same region, they were still aware of Zhuoshaoduo's ferocious reputation. He had single-handedly suppressed the prodigies of the 3 continents in the soul transformation region. When they returned, the soul transformation prodigies of the Dao Alliance all looked as if they had seen a ghost when they mentioned Zhuoshaoduo. After that, there were many hot topics about Zhuoshaoduo. Gradually, everyone knew about this peerless ferocious person who had dominated the soul transformation area. At the mention of Zhuoshaoduo, the 4 people recalled Zhuoshaoduo's many achievements and could not believe it. Zhuoshaoduo. Didn't he enter the trial in the soul transformation area? How could he be so strong? This does not match the rumors. If he is so strong, he should have wiped out all the trial takers from the other 2 continents. How long has it been? Looking at his combat strength, he is at least in the Sky Realm. He might even be at the peak of the Sky Realm. Feng Wuhan frowned and said, from the looks of it, this Zhuoshaoduo has indeed obtained an extraordinary opportunity in the trial space. It makes sense that Umo Yen, as his little brother, would possess such a rare treasure like the Void Transformation Stone. As soon as he said that, drifting clouds, and Feng Wuying's eyes lit up. Their previous dejection disappeared. Pu Guanshan was curious. Who is Zhuoshaoduo? Yun Piaoliu's eyes gleamed as he explained, I didn't expect to catch such a big fish this time. We're already satisfied with Umo Yen and Dugu Yen's harvest. Now, here comes another Zhuoshaoduo who might have a huge secret. What an unexpected surprise. We must take him down. Yun Piaoliu took in a deep breath. His face was red with excitement. Old Pooh, as long as you help me take down Zhuoxiao Duo, I can guarantee that your cultivation journey will be smooth sailing. You might even reach the level of a heavenly king. Pu Guanshan's eyes immediately flashed. Is young Master Yun's words true? Of course. Yun Piaoliu made a solemn vow. The 7 ancestors of our family are most proficient in pill refinement. It's said that the Lightning Patriarch can use divine lightning to refine pills, and it's said that the barrier-breaking pills he refines have reached the level of 7 transformations. Mountain Lord Pu, if you can capture Zhuoxiao Duo this time, the 4 of us promise that we'll support you all the way to the Dao integration stage. When you reach the pinnacle of the Dao integration stage, we'll obtain 2 7 transformations barrier-breaking pills for you. We'll help you break through the shackles of the Dao integration stage and enter that mysterious level. Pu Guanshan took a deep breath. That's a promise. That's a promise. Pu Guanshan's entire body seemed to be on fire, and his aura continued to rise. The level above Dao integration stage. This time, it was only because I caught him off guard that I was able to take advantage of him. If I had been prepared earlier, then even if that little bastard had extraordinary methods, he would definitely not have been able to escape from my grasp. Don't worry, leave this to me. Pu Guanshan was instantly filled with confidence and high spirits. In these 10,000-li white mountains, there is nothing my Mount Puguan cannot do. Right at this moment there seemed to be explosive sounds of battle coming from the snowstorm outside. Could it be that the pursuers had discovered Zhuoxiao Duo? Everyone immediately looked toward the source of the sound. In the middle of a snowstorm, at the bottom of a slope, 4 Gui Xian realm masters of White Mountain City were lying on the snowy ground in pieces. Their bodies were completely shattered, and their heads and limbs were scattered in different places. On the snowy ground, there was a line of words written with boiling blood that had melted the snow. Hand him over. Just as everyone saw this line of words, a deafening roar sounded from the main gate of White Mountain City. Pu Guanshan. Old bastard. I'll give you 1 incense stick's worth of time to hand him over. Otherwise, I promise you that this White Mountain City won't be spared. Men, women, old and young, your entire family will be wiped out. His voice was filled with an extremely violent murderous aura that surged to the heavens. That kind of unbridled sharpness, that kind of unbridled arrogance and domineering spirit, caused the world to fall silent, and even the gods and ghosts to fall silent when they heard it. Yun Piaoliu and the others moved again and quickly returned to the direction of the city gate. Looking down from above, he saw 2 people standing side by side a few hundred meters away from Baishan City. They were Zhuoxiao Duo and Yu Moyin. In front of them was the broken city gate. Yun Piaoliu raised his voice and said, "Is that Zhuoxiao Duo?" Zhuoxiao Duo looked up and said calmly, "It's me. Good boy, come over and kowtow to me." Yun Piaoliu was not angry. Instead, he smiled gently and said, "Zhuoxiao Duo, I'm really surprised by your progress. As far as I know, you were just at the level of nascent soul not long ago. So I'm curious, how did you improve so quickly from the level of nascent soul to your current strength? Now, it's only been a little more than a month since the last Mystery Land trial. I'm really surprised that you've improved so much." Zhuoxiao Duo laughed wildly. "It's none of your business. Son, come on, tell me your name. Let's see if the name your mother gave you is suitable for me." Yun Piaoliu squinted his eyes. "Zhuoxiao Duo, young man, it's not good for you to be so arrogant and overbearing." With a flash of white light and a cold breath, Pu Guanshan jumped to the sky and looked down at Zhuoxiao Duo. He shouted angrily and was about to rush over. Zhuoxiao Duo had already taken Yu Moyin and used the Tianyuan escape skill to rush out. Only 1 sentence was enough to shatter the snowflakes in the air. Pu Guanshan. Let him go. I'm warning you, this is your last chance. His voice was still reverberating in the air, but he had already disappeared. Pu Guanshan missed his attack and fell to the ground. He couldn't help but shout angrily, "Bastard, I'll kill you." Yun Piaoliu landed gracefully and said, "Master Pu, it seems that the woman we caught is quite useful." Pu Guanshan knew what Yun Piaoliu meant. He said, "Don't worry, Master Yun. There's no turning back. Just wait and see. I'll do it well." Good. Yun Piaoliu and the other three entered the secret room. Dugu Yen was locked in here. Her right middle finger had been bandaged. She was sitting on a chair in the room. Her pretty face was covered with frost. Two teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Arts were guarding her in the room. Yen, we have no choice. In the future, if you and Yu Moyen go to hell, don't blame us. A teacher surnamed Xiao said. Yes, it's done. Yen, there's no turning back. It's your fault for having such good aptitudes and cultivating the two-winged hearts technique. You're so compatible. The other teacher surnamed Wu said hypocritically. I don't blame you. Dugu Yen said coldly, because you don't deserve it. You don't deserve to be a teacher or a human being. You don't deserve to be hated by me. You are two pieces of trash. You two bastards. Dugu Yen's voice was calm, but her words were vicious. Slap. Zhao Zilu slapped Dugu Yen's face and said with a hideous smile, "Is it up to you to say whether we deserve it or not? Do you think you're still the daughter of the vice principal? We still have to spoil you. Dugu Yen, you're too naive." Dugu Yen slowly turned her crooked face and said indifferently, "That's all you've got." Clap, clap. The sound of applause came from the door. Yun Piaoliu slowly clapped and walked in. He smiled and said, "Miss Dugu, you're indeed a fierce woman. I admire you more and more." Dugu Yen snorted and turned her head away, ignoring him. "Miss Yen you're really smart." Yun Piaoliu praised her. "You noticed the problem with the match between Heart Sutra at the first moment and cut off the telepathy. I have to say, I admire your decision." Dugu Yen did not respond. It was as if she did not hear him. "Since you're here, I'm sure you know there's no chance for you to get out, Miss Yen, Yun Piaoliu smiled and said, "Actually, we don't intend to endanger your lives. In fact, this matter is very simple. Our original intention was to let the two of you cultivate the match between Heart Sutra without the two of you knowing and become cauldrons at the same time. We only need the two of you to cultivate the match between Heart Sutra and drink the same heart wine. We'll use the secret method as a medium to absorb some of the energy we need. That's enough. Although this will cause a certain degree of damage to the two of you, it won't affect your lifespan. Moreover, after this matter, all memories related to this matter will disappear from your minds. So, Miss Yen, what do you think? Why do we have to make this so serious and tense?" Yun Piaoliu said, "As long as Miss Yen opens the door to your heart and restores the telepathy connection with Yu Moyen. Let Yu Moyen come over and we'll settle this matter. We promise that we'll send the two of you back as soon as we achieve our goal." Chapter 880. In the future, you two can still improve your cultivation and walk side by side on the path of cultivation. You can still play the zither and stay together for the rest of your lives. You can still have children and live a happy life. It's beneficial to us and not harmful to you. Why not? Yun Piaoliu smiled and said, "But if this stalemate continues, the hatred between us will only grow bigger and bigger. In the end, it will only lead to a situation where only one of us will die. Why bother? With Miss Yen Er's wisdom, it's not difficult for you to see that we have our own background. Otherwise, why would Mountain Lord Pooh bow down to us? If you insist on being tough, it will only lead to a matter that can be settled peacefully into an extremely bloody end. And the inevitable result is that you two will pay with your lives. Why bother? It's up to Miss Yen to decide. Please think about it. Yun Piaoliu's words were reasonable. He used emotion, reason, and threat. His words were unscrupulous, and he was forcing Dugu Yen to submit. If it was a woman with weak willpower, she would probably be bewitched by his nonsense. Naturally, Dugu Yen did not believe a single word of this nonsense. But she still felt happy in her heart. Because she could read a message from Yun Piaoliu's words. They did not catch Umo Yen. Umo Yen had escaped. He was safe. Dugu Yen's heart, which had been hanging in the air, suddenly calmed down. She had expected that she would not be able to escape this time. Trapped in White Mountain City, which was full of experts, the chances of her surviving were very slim. But as long as Umo Yen was alive, even if she died, it would not matter. She raised her head and smiled sweetly. She said, "Young master, with this long speech, you're telling me that Umo Yen has successfully escaped, right? You didn't catch him, did you? Haha, that's great. Thank you for bringing me such good news. I thank you here." Even Yun Piaoliu was shocked by Dugu Yen's smile. Yun Piaoliu said from behind, "So what if Umo Yen has escaped? You're still in our hands. As long as you're still in our hands, we have countless ways to make you talk." He gloomily said, "Miss Dugu should know that there are some things that a woman cannot accept. For example, chastity." Dugu Yen smiled faintly. "You wouldn't dare." Her tone was extremely certain. "Don't dare." Yun Piaoliu sneered. "Why wouldn't we dare? What are we afraid of? We even dared to set you up to be our cultivation furnaces. What else do we not dare to do?" Dugu Yen said calmly, "Why do you have to put on an act? You didn't even force us to drink the so-called conjoined wine. Why would you do such a thing as taking over my body?" Dugu Yen recalled a lot of things during the time she was imprisoned. She understood a lot about the concerns of Yun Piaoliu and the others. Instead of saying that you don't dare, it's better to say that you won't, or you can't do it. As far as I'm concerned, although the benefits of your plan are great, there are many taboos in it. For example, you need the happiness and sweetness of Umo Yen and me. That's why you had the conjoined wine at the beginning. If you take over my body, our conjoined wings and hearts will be destroyed immediately. In this way, all your schemes will become empty talk and in vain. So you won't, can't, and don't dare." Dugu Yen looked at Yun Piaoliu calmly and sneered. "Maybe you'll do some dirty things after you've achieved your goal. But as long as Umo Yen is not caught by you, I'll be safe. You won't dare to do anything. You won't do anything. You won't do anything." Dugu Yen sneered. Her eyes were filled with disdain. "So, even if I scold you to your faces, calling you a bunch of bastards who were born to a mother but didn't have a father to raise you, you can only listen." She raised her chin high and said disdainfully, "Am I right? You bunch of bastards. Bastard, you bastard." Slap. A heavy slap knocked Dugu Yen to the ground. Feng Wuhan shouted angrily, "You're right. There are some things that we can't do now, but we still have countless ways to torture you. We'll torture you until you're in so much pain that you'd rather die than live." Dugu Yen fell to the ground. She touched her face with her hands and smiled mockingly. "You won't dare." "I won't dare." Feng Wuhan was about to rush forward, Duge Yen said indifferently, if you dare to touch me again, I'll kill myself. I mean what I say. Instead of being tortured by you, I'd rather do it myself. Do you think I won't dare? Feng Wuhan's body froze. The mockery in Duge Yen's eyes became more intense. Why won't you dare? Didn't you say you'd torture me? Come on then. Although my cultivation is restricted now, you've never hurt my body in order to achieve your goal. Under such circumstances, as a martial artist, I have countless ways to end my life. For example, I could bite my tongue to commit suicide. For example, I could find a way to disfigure myself. For example, I could kill myself by hitting my head. For example, I could destroy my own heart meridians. For example, I could hang myself to death. For example, I could die from the destruction of my soul. From the moment you didn't dare to completely control me because of your plan, I saw through your concerns. If it weren't for that, you would have controlled me, tied me up, dislocated my chin, and sealed my soul so that I wouldn't even be able to die. But you didn't do that. This means that your plan requires me to maintain a good physical condition. Duge Yen said indifferently, if you touch me again, I guarantee that the next time you see me, you'll only see my corpse. Feng Wuhan was stunned. From the moment they met, he had always felt that this girl was soft and weak. He didn't expect her to be so scheming, so decisive and so intelligent. Since you're so smart and have seen through everything, why don't you die? You're still unwilling to die. No matter how much you say, you're still unwilling to die. Feng Wuhan sneered. Duge Yen retorted arrogantly, why should I die? Since I have the ability to live, I won't die unless I have no other choice. Moreover, Mo Yen is still alive now. Why would I seek death? I'm here and I've been caught by you. But so what? If he can save me, why should I die? If I can't be saved in the end, would it be too late to die then? She looked at Feng Wuhan with cold eyes and said indifferently, do you really want me to die? Why do you ask? Do you dare to nod? If you nod, I'll let you see my corpse tomorrow. Do you dare? Guess if I dare or not. Feng Wuhan's handsome face flushed red. Nod? He really didn't dare. If he nodded and this woman really died, he would probably be beaten to death by the other three. He had planned for so long and was about to succeed. How could he let the key person die so suddenly? Feng Wuhan felt suffocated. He snorted and left. Out of sight, out of mind. Duge Yen's mocking laughter came from behind him. If that's the case, Miss Yen can stay here. Yun Piaoliu was relieved as long as Duge Yen didn't seek death. We'll find a way to bring you Mo Yen here and reunite with Miss Yen as soon as possible. Chase these two bastards out. Duge Yen demanded. I don't need them to watch over me. I can't run away and I won't die. I don't need these two bastards here to disgust me. Looking at them makes me feel bad and disgusted. I'm afraid that I won't be able to stop myself from killing myself. She pointed at Zhao Zilu and another teacher with the surname Wu and shouted angrily, bastards. Get out. Both of them were furious, but they didn't dare to do anything. Yun Piaoliu said indifferently, if that's the case, you can leave now. Zhao Zilu was furious. This bitch. Yun Piaoliu glared at them and shouted, get out. An aura suddenly erupted. The two of them had no other way out. They were polite to them because of their self-restraint, but they were rude to them because of their status. Yun Piaoliu was afraid of Duge Yen but he didn't care about them at all. Zhao Zilu and the teacher with the surname Wu felt a chill in their hearts. They shrank back and left without saying a word. Their faces were red, and the speechless shame made them feel so ashamed that they couldn't show their faces. They couldn't help but think, if I were a good teacher in the school and taught the students properly, I wouldn't be humiliated like this today. However, now that they had taken this step, there was no turning back. No matter what Yun Piaoliu and the others did to them, they could only endure it. There was no other reason. It was because there was no way out. Even if they knew that they were on a pirate ship, they could only stay on it and pray that this pirate ship wouldn't capsize. The descendants of Taoist Yun and Taoist Feng were here. No matter what, their safety could always be guaranteed. However, they couldn't go back to the past. Yesterday's me changed in an instant. I can't stay here anymore. Yun Piaoliu nodded politely to Dugu Yen with a smile. Please have a good rest, Miss Yen I'll take my leave first. Dugu Yen sneered with a cold face. Yun Piaoliu and the others also left. The door closed slowly. Dugu Yen seemed to have lost all her strength. She sat weakly on the chair, and tears flowed out of her eyes. Could they still get out? Was there any hope? Although she acted tough just now, she was just holding on. Dugu Yen was not afraid of death. She had wanted to die a long time ago. As long as she died, all their plans would be in vain. Yu Moyin, who had nothing to worry about, would be safe. However, there were two reasons why she didn't want to die. One was the faint hope in her heart that she could get out, be rescued, and see her beloved again. Chapter 881. The other reason was that today, Zhuoxiao Duo had barged in with an earth-shattering momentum. That shout that shook the entire White Mountain city had given Dugu Yen unlimited hope. Zhuo was here. Zhuo had arrived in time and saved Yu Moyin. He would definitely find a way to save her. Since Zhuo knew, the others must know as well. There were so many people who wanted to save her. She might be able to get out of here alive. Besides, Dugu Yen had another concern. As long as she was alive, Yun Piaoliu and the others would still have hope that their original plan would work. However, if she really killed herself, how could those people whose hopes had been completely dashed really let it go? They would definitely be enraged and would no longer have any scruples and take revenge without restraint. The first to bear the brunt of their revenge would be Yu Moyin and even her own family. With the strength they had shown and the background behind them, the consequences of everyone were almost foreseeable. This was also something that Dugu Yen did not want to see. Outside. Yun Piaoliu and the others walked for a while. Feng Wuhan suddenly gnashed his teeth and said, after we catch Yu Moyin and extract the soul of the true spirit, I will kill her. Yun Piaoliu said firmly, I will be the first. Feng Wuhan said, then I will be the second. Damn it, I will be the scapegoat for you. This woman is so arrogant. If I don't teach her a lesson, it will be hard to vent my anger. Yun Piaoliu frowned and said, the most important thing now is to catch Yu Moyin and Zhuoxiao Duo. This is the first priority. However, based on the current situation, it is impossible to do it with only the people of White Mountain City. Feng Wui said, yes, I have this feeling when I saw Zhuoxiao's escape speed. It is too fast. If we want to catch Zhuoxiao Duo, we need at least 4 space lock for flying beasts to ensure that nothing will go wrong. However, there are only 3 space locks in White Mountain City. It is beyond our power. With Zhuoxiao's extreme speed, he can come and go as he pleases without space lock for beasts. It is too fast. Coupled with his astonishing combat strength that far surpasses his peers, it's simply unrealistic for us to take him down. Although they had only met Zhuoxiao Duo once, they were still shocked by the speed and strength that Zhuoxiao Duo had displayed. That was an incomprehensible and unimaginable speed. Then let's have our guards do the final work. 8 people are enough for 4 guards. Yun Piaoliu sighed. That's all we can do now. However, after this matter, he might be punished by the family. Feng Wuhan sighed. I don't think so. Feng Wuyi muttered to himself for a long time. At present, the 2 continents are in an alliance. Our family won't allow us to do such a thing. Destroying the relationship between the 2 continents. They have warned us many times about this topic, Yun Piaolai said. Moreover, Zhuo Xiaoduo is the person on the human relations token. Flying heavens cannot be killed. Perhaps it's just talk. Feng Wuyi said indifferently, the 2 continents may be in an alliance, but when has the astral souls ever put our family in their eyes? It's just a temporary measure. Besides, even if this matter blows up, the 4 of us will at most be grounded by the family for a period of time. It won't be more serious than that. Compared to the benefits we'll gain, being grounded is nothing. Feng Wuyi said. That's true, but it's better to be careful. If you do something like this in the future, try not to let the family know if you can. After all, devouring true souls is an evil cultivation technique that the family strictly forbids. Of course. Once we pave the path to ascension and reach the Skysoar realm, we won't need to use such a cultivation technique anymore. Nonsense. Even if you want to continue using it after you reach the ascension realm, where are you going to find a suitable cauldron? At that time, you'll need a cauldron at the ascension realm or ascension realm. That's not going to be easy. You're dreaming. Ha! The 4 of them didn't take the matter to heart at all. They chatted and laughed as they walked out. The entire Baishan city was filled with scouts. Groups of martial artists were wantonly searching for Zhuo Xiaoduo and Umo Yen. Pu Guanshan and the others were quite confident that the 2 of them wouldn't go far. With Duge Yen in their hands, they wouldn't give up. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Umo Yen were hiding in a secluded cave covered in snow. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo had finished listening to Umo Yan's story. This matter. You haven't told Teacher Luo or your school about it, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. No. Umo Yen sighed. I don't dare to use my phone during this period. Pu Kaishan said that the sky ceiling canopy can probably block the signal. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled to express his understanding. Before he arrived, Yu Moyan needed to hide perfectly and stall for time until he arrived. At that time, Yu Moyan would not dare to take out his mobile phone to send a message in Baishan City. Even if he didn't have the sky ceiling canopy, the light from his phone screen was enough to expose Umo Yen and kill him. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to Boss's Void Transformation Stone that I was able to survive until now. Umo Yen still had lingering fears when he thought of this. If he didn't have the Void Transformation Stone to hide his aura, he wouldn't be able to resist at all in Baishan City. He might not even be able to self-destruct and ask for death. Umo Yen wasn't Zhuo Xiaoduo. His combat strength was only a cloud transformation realm cultivator. With such strength, he would be instantly shackled by a Skysoar realm cultivator. He wouldn't even be able to ask for death. You don't have to say that. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, it's time to inform them. I need to contact Qinglong and the others to finalize the follow-up plan with them. This was necessary. Zhuo Xiaoduo purposely chose this place to hide far away from Baishan City so that Umo Yen could have the chance to inform them. This kind of thing was related to Umo Yan's daughter. How could he not inform them in time? Especially now that it was related to the problem of the teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Arts University. It was even more impossible to suppress it and not inform them. But Jade Sun High Martial Arts University shouldn't get involved in this matter. Zhuo Xiaoduo said calmly, with Jade Sun High Martial Arts University's strength, even if they come to Baishan City to participate in the rescue, they'll just be courting death. So, we'll handle the details. As for Jade Sun High Martial Arts University's decision, they need a relatively safe plan. You must tell them this seriously. Umo Yen also thought of this point. He nodded solemnly and said, but Jade Sun High Martial Arts University can't stay out of this. He took out his phone and began to report the news. Sua Xiaoduo also took out his phone and reported the news in the new group. Umo Yen has found Dugu Yen in Baishan City. Where are you now? We'll reach Baishan Mountain in an hour, Long Yuxing said. We still need 2 hours. Li Chenglong waited. I'll be there in half an hour, Li Chengming said. Come quickly, but don't rashly expose your whereabouts. The enemy is strong and has many people. Once you're exposed, you'll be in danger, especially Changming. You're alone, so you must be careful. Sua Xiaoduo said. The message was sent. He opened Sua Xiaoyan's message and said, I'm at Baishan Mountain. I'm coming at full speed. I'll be there in half an hour. Sua Xiaoyan said. The situation here is very dangerous. I need strong helpers. What's the cultivation level of your followers? Sua Xiaoduo asked. They're all God reigning cultivators. There's also a profound reigning cultivator. But this person has ulterior motives. I don't like him, Sua Xiaoyan said. Ulterior motives. Sua Xiaoduo immediately understood. A love rival. He immediately typed and sent a message, well done, Nian Mao. You actually brought a love rival this time. Are you taking the opportunity to do me a favor? Let's see how you explain this to me. I'm telling you, if you don't do a cat's ear and tail dance, I won't forgive you no matter what. Get lost. Sua Xiaoyan replied. Little puppy, I'm so scared. Sua Xiaoduo immediately put away his phone after sending the message. On the other side, Yu Moyan had also notified Jade Sun High Marshal and teacher Luo Yanling. As Yu Moyan reported the dangerous situation, the entire Jade Sun High Marshal exploded in an instant. This kind of thing actually happened. It was a super scandal. A martial arts teacher colluded with the enemy to set up a trap for their own students. It was premeditated and planned for a long time. As the saying goes, a small clue reveals the whole picture. The school's management couldn't help but think that Wang Qingbua is really a bastard. Originally, in all these years, Jade Sun High Martial Arts has also produced 4 other pairs of genius couples, and Wang Qingbua has always been very fond of these couples. He often tutored them individually, and without exception, gave them the matching Wings Heart Sutra. I see. This bastard's ambition has been hidden for so long. Those couples of students also suddenly disappeared without a trace. I thought it was an accident. But in fact, they were all killed by Wang Qingbua. Bastard. Capture Wang Qingbua's family immediately. And Zhao Zilu's and Wu Xuanqing's families. Quickly organize a team and prepare to rescue Yu Moyan and Dugu Yen. In the school's meeting room. The principal, vice principal, master, teachers, and others were all gathered in the room. Teacher Luo Yanling's eyes were already red and swollen. But when it came to the rescue, everyone couldn't help but be silent. While everyone was inexplicably indignant, they also realized that this time, it was no different from a head-on war with White Mountain City. White Mountain City had always been recognized as the #1 martial arts organization in the Whitehead Mountain area. The difference in strength between the two sides was almost like heaven and earth. There was no need to fight this battle at all. Everyone knew that Jade Sun High Marshal would definitely lose. There was no room for a fight. Once the battle started, there would only be one result for everyone who participated in the battle, and that was death. As long as there was a little bit of hope, everyone wouldn't hesitate. But now, they were facing a dead end with no solution. I'm writing in a hurry. Looking for monthly votes. Today's monthly votes, and tomorrow's monthly votes, guaranteed monthly votes. Thank you. I've tried my best. Chapter 882. Let's start with morality first. The principal immediately decided. I'll call Pu Guanshan first and ask him what he wants. At the same time, inform Star Shield, the garrison, the security bureau, etc. Then, I'll contact Marshal Beigong's army. See if Marshal Beigong can help. As the principal spoke, he sighed. What right did he have to contact Marshal Beigong? At this moment, the northern battlefront was in full swing. All the forces of the Northern Army had been pressed to the front line. Even if he could contact Marshal Beigong, how could he ignore the overall situation of the battlefield for such a small matter? At this time, it was simply unimaginable to pull people from the battlefield. Vice Principal Duga Yushu stood up and said lightly, Principal, please help us think of a way. Yenling and I will go and take a look first. No matter what, our daughter has been captured. As parents, even if we know that we will die, we have to go and rescue her. Don't be too stressed about this matter. After all, the gap between the two sides is too big. No matter what, we will appreciate it. My fellow comrades, we'll take our leave first. Duga Yushu cupped his fists and saluted. Then, he walked out side by side with his wife, Luo Yenling, and rushed into the sky, rushing in the direction of Whitehead Mountain. The last salute was the salute of the pugilistic world. I understand. I don't have the power, and I can't bear to let everyone die with our family. So, we will take our leave. Everyone's faces were burning. The principal slammed the table and said loudly, If you can't do it, you won't do it. Let's go. Let's go and see what Baishan City wants to do. If you are a man, come with me. At most, we will sacrifice our lives. What can we do? Before he finished speaking, he had already stood up from his seat and walked out of the room. Behind the principal of Jade Sun High School, hundreds of teaching staff stood up together. Let's go. Everyone's blood was boiling. 3 scums from Jade Sun High School have tarnished its reputation. Then, we, the rest of Jade Sun High School, have to erase this shame ourselves. As a teacher, you don't even want to help your own students when they are in trouble. You are a teacher in vain. You can't drop the ball at such a critical moment. Let's go. We're all fucking from the battlefield. We've been alive for so many years, and we're still not satisfied. White Mountain City was nothing. Even if I die, I can splash his city gate with my blood. As the principal walked, he called the various departments to report the situation. Leading 400 to 500 people, he rose into the air and chased after them. The so-called call to Mount Pu Guanshan to reprimand him had long been tossed to the back of his mind. Now that the two sides were on opposite sides, it was already irreversible. What was the point of making a call? Duga Yushu and Luo Yenling flew in front, feeling extremely depressed and anxious. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting loudly behind him. Both of them turned to look at the source of the sound, and their hearts warmed. The principal and the others are all here. Luo Yenling's heart was filled with warmth as tears welled up in her eyes. Luo Yenling was a little resentful when no one caught up with her. How could no one step forward at this juncture? But now, everyone had caught up with them. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. When they wanted to live and die together with the couple suddenly felt that they couldn't. They couldn't do this. Why would they implicate all the teaching staff of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy to their deaths for the sake of their family's life and death? If something went wrong, they would break the roots of Jade Sun High Martial Arts. Go back. Luo Yanling shouted loudly, tears streaming down her face. You're all here, what about Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy? You're still teachers. There's still the school, and the students. We appreciate everyone's good intentions. We, husband and wife, will forever be grateful, but please go back. Dugayushu's eyes were filled with tears. The principal flew over first and laughed loudly. At the moment of life and death, who would still think about the school? Everyone, let's go and see what kind of 3 heads and 6 arms Mount Pu Guanshan has, to actually dare to do such a heinous thing that angers the gods. We are the teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy. Aren't you Mo Yen and Duga Yen, or students of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy? As teachers and elders, it's natural for them to stand up for their students. If we shrink back today, how can we still have the face to be teachers? If you want to fight, let's fight. If we die, then we die. If we die, there will naturally be someone to take over Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy. In this world, without anyone, the school will still exist. But this matter, we can't ignore it. Let's go together. All the teaching staff of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy were full of smiles, without any fear as they rushed towards Whitehead Mountain. Everyone's blood was boiling, and their emotions were surging. Luo Yanling and her husband were especially shaken. Principal, you should stop everyone. This is too impulsive, the consequences are too great. The principal smiled and said, Yushu, we're not doing this purely for the 2 of you, nor purely for you Mo Yen and Yen. It's for Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy. Even if all of us die in battle this time, the students of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy will definitely remember us forever. We, the teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy, sacrificed our lives to protect the students like them. Only in this way, in times of danger, will everyone step forward bravely. This is Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy. If we just watch your family die without doing anything, then what's the difference between us and Wang Qingbo, Zhao Zilu, and the others? We're all people who are wise to protect ourselves. What face do we have left to stand on the podium of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy? What are we going to teach the students? Teach them to be greedy for life, afraid of death, and wise to protect themselves? Or teach them to shrink back in the face of danger, and hide when they're in trouble? If we don't go, Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy will no longer have steel bones. And if we go, although we can't personally preach to the students, we can still teach by example. This time, all of us are going to give the students the best and most lively lesson. In the next thousands of years, as long as Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy still exists, as long as there are students who enter Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy, then this lesson will never fade. This is also my greatest pride as the principal. In the future, Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy will become the pride of all the students of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy. And in the pugilistic world, in positions, in the army, when others hear that these are Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy students, because of our actions today, they will also think highly of our students. The principal smiled and said, if we give up this life, we can nurture generations of geniuses, and set up Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy's benchmark in the entire continent. It's worth it. It's worth it. This principal's hair was white, and as he flew, his old face was blooming with radiance. Principal, I understand. Duga Yushu and Luo Yanling bowed at the same time. Thank you, Principal. We, husband and wife, on behalf of our daughter and Mo Yen, thank the Principal for his righteousness, and thank all the teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy for their righteousness. The Principal laughed loudly. At this moment, someone shouted from behind, "Wait for us." Everyone turned back to look, only to see the three teachers who were originally guarding Jade's Sun High Martial Arts Academy, rushing over as fast as lightning. Only, their bodies were overflowing with an indescribable joy, an indescribable carefreeness. Just now, the whole school had moved, and only these three people did not move after a discussion. Now, they were full of murderous intent, and their bodies were covered in blood. You. Why are you here? The principal frowned. The reason why we didn't come immediately was because we went to slaughter the families of Wang Qingbue and the others. The three teachers laughed and said, "It's not that we didn't want to come, but we felt that if all of us died in the battle, it would be a small matter, but if we let the family of the sinners get away with it, we would die with regret." So, although we knew that we would kill the innocent if we went on a killing spree, we still killed the three families without sparing even a chicken or a dog. Anyway, this battle with White Mountain City was no different from sending ourselves to our deaths. So, we did it, and before we die, we can have a good time, and we can also collect some interest for Vice Principal Dugu and Teacher Luo. We know that we went overboard, but what's done is done, and we don't regret it. Principal, we have broken the rules, you can punish us in our next life. The three teachers laughed ferociously, and threw the heads out one by one from the sky. Blood dripped. All the teachers were speechless. Originally, they were thinking that since everyone was here, why would these three people, who were usually the most irritable and the most unscrupulous, be so cowardly in such a situation? This did not fit the basic character of the three of them. Could it be that everyone had misjudged them, or that they could only know their faces but not their hearts? Who would have thought that these three people were not cowardly, and did not want to avoid the battle, but they were even more unscrupulous. They actually went to slaughter the families of Wang Qingbue and the other two teachers. They were really unscrupulous and unscrupulous. Facing the actions of these three people, all the teachers were speechless. Including the principal, Dugu Yushu, Luo Yanling and her husband, they all suddenly felt speechless. Honestly speaking, from a teacher's point of view, the actions of the three of them were indeed too much. Even if Wang Qingbue and the others were crazy, and they deserved to die for betraying their own students, slaughtering their families. But at this time, how could they say anything about punishment? The principal paused, and his face finally showed a furious expression. The three of you. Good, you are really fucking good. The principal nodded furiously, gritting his teeth. Let me tell the three of you, if you all die there this time, it's fine. But if you all come back alive, I'm telling you, the three of you are done for. The three of them laughed heartily and actually flew ahead of everyone else. They said loudly, "Of course we know that this method is overboard. We've gone too far. That's why we're charging at the front. Let's fight to our deaths." Chapter 883. Yes, those three families may be innocent, but we have already done it. Instead of wasting our breath, we might as well use our strength in this battle. However, even if we die, we won't be paying for their lives. These are two completely different matters. This is a clear distinction. As long as the people of Jade's Sun Empire know about it, they will never be bullied like this. Those who tarnish the reputation of Jade's Sun Empire must not be forgiven easily. This is the price they should pay as the family of the sinners. We were wrong, we admit it. But if we do it again, we will still kill all of them. We are all going to die in battle, why should we care so much? The three teachers laughed and rushed into the snow. The hundreds of people behind them all lowered their heads and rushed into the snow. This serious atmosphere only lasted for a few minutes before the crowd became lively again. Teacher Lee, when I was promoted last year, I gave a gift before you. Are you still angry? It's nothing. The windows of your house were smashed for a month, but the culprit was still not found. I did it. I am already so honest, you won't be angry, right? Teacher Huang, last year, the class teacher of the top class was originally you, but I took it in the end. You don't mind, right? I mind, how can I not mind? But no matter how much I mind, I will have to wait for my next life to settle the score with you. Old Goo, I have always disliked you. I can't stand your lifeless personality, so I always find trouble with you. I didn't expect that you would become so manly today. I won't target you in the future. Fuck, you have dissed me your whole life. You expect me to thank you just because you said something nice. Be grateful. Do you believe that I will spit on your face? Old Fong, back then, we were rivals in love. Although I won in the end, you were still single for the rest of your life. Sigh, now that I think about it, Wan Er's life is really tough. No matter who we choose, she's going to be a widow after today. Ha! If you don't mention what happened in the past, I can die more comfortably. Fuck off. Go to the side and stop hanging around in front of me. Old son, you old bastard. You married your own student. I still want to scold you for being an old bastard. If I don't scold you now, I won't have the chance anymore. It's good to scold you one more time, isn't it? What the fuck? I'm speechless. I'm about to die. What does this have to do with you? My student took a fancy to me because I have charm. Charm is something given to me by my parents. What can I do? And your charm is indeed very strong, because I also like you. Scram, I'm not gay. The group of people from Jade Sun High Martial Arts flew straight to the white-haired mountain while laughing and joking. Looking at the lively situation, it didn't look like they were going to seek revenge or fight to their deaths at all. It was more like they were going for an outing. Principal Han Wankue's wrinkled face revealed a bright smile as he cursed, "What kind of people have I been leading all these years?" Dugu Shu and Luo Yenling couldn't help but smile. He only felt that the pressure that filled the sky, the grief and indignation that filled his heart, actually did not exist at all at this moment. The sky was high and the ground was wide. With a group of like-minded brothers who would live and die together, life and death were not to be feared. This battle, life and death, was just that. The only important thing was that everyone was still together. There's nothing to be afraid of. There's also nothing to be sad or indignant about. Luo Yenling held back her tears and laughed loudly. I can't repay my brothers in this life. If we have a next life, I'll be your wife in this life to repay you. Dugu Shu was shocked. Wife, you can't say this carelessly. But the other side was already as lively as a nest. Luo Yenling, I'll remember this. I'll remember it too. Roar. I didn't expect to have a wife in the next life in this life. Scram, you're the next life in the next life. Then which life do I have to queue for? Don't, Teacher Luo, please let me go. Only Dugu Shu can stand your temper. I'm so pure and kind, please let me go. Please let me go. Please let me go. I'm gay and don't get close to women. Let's avoid this. Luo Yenling laughed and scolded. A bunch of shameless people. To think that you're teachers and are called role models. Now, do you still have any semblance of a teacher? In the midst of the bustle, a woman's voice suddenly scolded. LV Yuxing, you actually went to queue for Luo Yenling. Do you believe that I'll swallow you in one gulp? It turned out that this teacher LV Yuxing's wife was also in the queue. That teacher LV Yuxing immediately became obedient and kept quiet out of fear. The laughter around them became louder and louder. Principal Han Wankue grinned and secretly smiled. Suddenly, he said loudly, "What's with the noise? Even if I'm going to die in battle, I'm still the principal. All of you, quiet down and be serious." Instantly, there was complete silence. Then, they heard Old Man Han say, "If you want to queue, I'll queue in the next life. As the principal, I should have this treatment, right?" Instantly, there was another wave of laughter that lasted for a long time. Luo Yenling's face turned red. "Principal, why are you all so?" Dugu Shu held his wife's hand tightly and roared, "In the next life, in this life, I won't let you." "Yenling, you have a bad habit of speaking carelessly." Amidst the laughter, the large group of people disappeared into the wind and snow. "They'll be here in less than an hour." Cui Xiaoduo and Umo Yen came out of the cave. Looking at the forest in the distance, where the people of White Mountain City were still searching, he said lightly, "There's still time, let's not be idle. Let's teach them a lesson." "Okay. Let's collect some interest first and create some commotion." Umo Yan's murderous aura soared to the sky. "Boss, don't worry. This time, if I don't kill a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in White Mountain City, my name is not Umo Yen. Your current cultivation is still lacking. If you want to deal with opponents whose cultivation is stronger than yours, you have to figure out the use of the Void Transformation Stone." Cui Xiaoduo reminded, "Let's kill our way out together. Once we encounter more than 3 enemies or enemies that we can't handle, we have to retreat immediately. Don't force it. If there's a situation where we can't retreat, you have to call for me immediately. Don't force yourself. Understood? We're outnumbered, the enemy is strong, we're weak. Don't have any pity, and don't show any mercy. Understood?" The two of them tidied their clothes and changed into snow-white clothes. They even put on snow-white hats. Their clothes were so clean that they almost blended in with the wind and snow. Then, they floated out like ghosts. Puff! A master of White Mountain City who was still searching for Zhuo Xiaoduo did not even have time to turn around before his head was smashed into pieces by the hammer. Blood splattered 7 or 8 meters around. The space ring on his hand was also taken away silently. All of his actions were so familiar and smooth. A certain someone, no matter where he went, was greedy for money and loved small things. His nature of plucking feathers from geese would never change. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Many people in all directions noticed the commotion and hurried over to see what was going on. Unfortunately, all they saw was a headless body lying in the snow. Next to the body, there were still 4 big words, "Let them go now." The people who came over to see what happened were furious. They were not prepared for the sudden formation of the black and white vortex, which was silent and traceless. A total of 6 people were smashed into the air like fireworks. 2 of them even had their bodies smashed into smithereens, while the other 4 had their heads smashed and their dantians smashed into smithereens. Zhuo Xiaoduo waited for a while, but he was surprised to find that none of the souls of those who had perished had escaped. Puff! There was another soft sound. A master of White Mountain City at the peak of the royal god realm was hit by a 6-pointed star on his forehead, and then he fell into the thick snow like a wooden stake, almost without a sound. Even his soul disappeared at the moment when the 6-pointed star hit him. After the 6-pointed star pierced through the man's head, it circled in the snow and quietly returned to Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand. Zhuo Xiaoduo used a small piece of immortal star stone as the foundation and cultivated it with his own jinqi. Although it could not make the star stone give birth to original spirit, it could greatly enhance the attraction of the 6-pointed star. Unfortunately, it had not been long, and he had not reached the state of being able to control it at will. But in the future, it would definitely become another super trump card of Zhuo Xiaoduo. The moment the 6-pointed star was taken back, Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt that the 6-pointed star seemed to have a little subtle change. It seemed to be deeper and more crystal clear, and there was a strange feeling like a vortex. When he put it in front of his eyes, he saw a small figure inside, rotating, struggling, and screaming in the six-pointed star dot, but when he put it in his ear and listened carefully, he could not hear anything. Suo could not help but be shocked. The six-pointed star of the immortal star stone had the superpower to capture the souls of the people who were killed. In order to prove this point, Suo then became fierce. The six-pointed star attacked again and again, and every time it attacked, it would take away the lives of the people of White Mountain City. In the short span of 5 minutes, he had killed 12 people in succession. After this practical experiment, Suo found that the six-pointed star refined by the immortal star stone really had the superpower to capture souls. As long as it was shot into the head, the soul of the person would definitely be captured by the six-pointed star. But if it was shot into the chest, dantian, or other vital parts, although it could be fatal, it could not take away the soul of the deceased. He had to attack again to completely crush it. Then, Suo was surprised to find that every time he attacked, he was using the power of yin-yang rotation. After checking it again and again, Suo found that when he attacked with the spiritual power of the Flaming Sun Sutra, the soul-devouring ability did not exist. So this is the truth. The power of yin-yang is so overbearing. It can destroy the original soul and overturn the reincarnation cycle. But the ordinary power of yin-yang is not like this. It should be the effect of the yin-yang qi of the jade pendant. Chapter 884. Suo tried to use the hammer again and smashed 2 people to death with the power of yin and yang. This time, their souls were directly absorbed before they could float out. Suo faintly felt that something was amiss. When he entered his sea of consciousness to take a look, he saw Little White and Little Joe floating on the sea of vitality. Then, a few souls were trembling as they were controlled beside the black and white gourd. The 2 little gourds jumped up and down, happily tearing the souls into pieces and eating them up. Then, with a satisfied look on his face, he floated back and forth on the sea of life. He wandered about freely, looking very relaxed. But as soon as Suo used the hammer again, the 2 little guys immediately came to the hammer. They were so enthusiastic that Suo felt it was unbelievable. How could this happen? Suo's scalp tingled. What kind of cultivation method is this? This yin and yang xian qi can swallow the souls of the dead. This seems to be an evil cultivation method. This is a kind of power that doesn't involve karma. If the opponent died without a soul, of course, he can't cut off karma with you. Cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots will not involve karma. I don't know. Does anyone know about this? Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Suo thought about it again and came to a conclusion. Now is not the time to think about these details. Now is the time to kill. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, I don't have to think about it. When the time comes, there will be a way. On the other side. Yumoyan flew in the heavy snow like a ghost. He was silent and had no sense of existence at all. With a soft sound, a master of Baishan City was stabbed in the throat and fell down with blood spurting out. Before he could react, his dantian was destroyed, his head was smashed, and his divine soul was shattered. Even his ring was taken away. Everything was so smooth. One after another, masters of the royal god realm died quietly under Yumoyan's sword. Yumoyan was expressionless, like a messenger of souls walking in the human world. At this moment, he didn't think about anything, not even Duga Yen, In his heart, there was only killing. The more I kill, the safer Yen, will be. He only acted against Imperial God or Cloud Transformation level. As for Gue Xian level Shouja, he felt that their presence was strong and did not force himself to act. Every time I kill someone, I have to make sure that I can escape unscathed. I can't give the enemy any chance to entangle me. In the vast white snow, Yumoyan turned into a white grim reaper, sweeping across the white-haired mountain. Blood kept blooming under his sword. Within half an hour, he had already killed 27 people. His kill count was not inferior to Zhuxiaoduo's. Zhuxiaoduo and Yumoyan continued to kill without making a sound. They didn't make any loud noises. They were like two hard-working and honest farmers, quietly harvesting mature wheat. Half an hour was up. Zhuxiaoduo and Yumoyan retreated at the same time and quickly arrived at the rendezvous point. Above their heads, a rustling sound could be heard. The air suddenly felt sticky. Zhuxiaoduo's body stiffened. A Skysoar realm expert is coming to attack. Zhuxiaoduo did not dare to be careless. His body spun rapidly and a black and white vortex of yin and yang energy appeared. In an instant, the spatial lock seal of the enemy was completely dissolved. The two hammers appeared in his hands. With a twist of his waist, the sun and moon yin-yang hammers reappeared in the world. In a battle, the Thousand Souls Nightmare hammers were the best choice. It was unrivaled. However, when facing an enemy whose strength was far greater than his, the sun and moon hammers were the best choice for self-defense and offense. These two hammering techniques were used by Zhuxiaoduo to the point where he was extremely familiar with them. With just a thought, he could use them at will. With a loud bang, Zhuxiaoduo reacted quickly and retreated 7 steps back. The thin figure in white also staggered back. He looked at Zhuxiaoduo with eyes full of disbelief. This brat in front of him actually had the strength to fight against a Skysoar realm expert? At that time in White Mountain City, Zhuxiaoduo had suddenly appeared and forcefully entered the battle, forcing back a Skysoar realm expert and pulling Yumoyan to escape. Everyone knew about this matter, but the only thing they understood was that this brat must have risked his life to do so. In other words, he had activated some kind of secret technique that would cause him to lose his lifespan and damage his foundation in order to increase his battle prowess. Especially when Zhuxiaoduo suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood after charging out, everyone was even more certain of this matter. But this time, the sudden confrontation made this Skysoar realm expert feel that his previous understanding was completely wrong. Furthermore, this brat's hammer technique, strength, and battle prowess were much stronger than when he broke out of the encirclement. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw Zhuxiaoduo advancing instead of retreating. He actually raised the two hammers and charged towards him. He actually took the initiative to challenge him. Courting death. That Skysoar realm expert coldly snorted and pressed forward without backing down. So what if you have great potential and outstanding battle prowess? So what if you can fight those above your level? In the end, your true strength is still only at the royal god realm. Compared to a Skysoar realm expert, there was a gap of 2 whole realms, an unreachable gap. If you only rely on technique to make up for it, you won't be able to fight for a long time. Even though that Skysoar realm expert had already made up his mind, he still didn't dare to be careless. The sword in his hand moved continuously, actually using the technique of 4 ounces against 1,000 caddies. He wasn't purely trying to fight against Zhuxiaoduo's hammers. This person's response was undoubtedly correct. Since Zhuxiaoduo dared to take the initiative to challenge him, he must have something up his sleeve. Either his technique was extraordinary, his attack was tyrannical, or both. Instead of fighting head-on, he chose to drag out the battle and exhaust Zhuxiaoduo to death. This was the best choice. Zhuxiaoduo's hammers circled around as he fought. The more he fought, the braver he became. Relying on the sun and moon hammers, which had already reached the pinnacle, he was actually able to fight evenly with this Skysoar realm expert. The more the two fought, the braver they became, their meridians becoming longer and longer. Zhuxiaoduo didn't say anything, but this Skysoar realm expert didn't say anything either. Capturing Zhuo Duo by himself wasn't just a battle achievement, it was also an honor. Furthermore, as a Skysoar realm expert, one of the 3 big shots of White Mountain City, if he couldn't take down a brat at the reigning god realm and needed someone else's help, it would be too shameful. His sword turned into a streak of light as he fought. Using the Skysoar realm's ability to lock down space, he fought calmly. He was completely confident that as long as he continued fighting, he would definitely be able to take down this brat using hammers. No matter how long this brat's meridians were, could they be longer than a Skysoar realm expert like him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His intuition was correct. If the battle continued, no matter how much of a genius Zhuo Duo was, he definitely wouldn't be a match for him. With a buzzing sound, Zhuo Duo's hammers smashed down once again with an irresistible force. The Skysoar realm expert blocked with his sword and his body floated backward. With a tilt of his head, he perfectly deflected Zhuo Duo's enormous force. His heart was filled with pride. The more he used such a fierce attack, the faster his energy would be depleted, and the faster he would be defeated. Then he suddenly saw a golden flash in front of his eyes. This person was truly amazing. His reaction was godly fast, and he hastily closed his eyes and tilted his head. Pu. 3 ox hair needles pierced deeply into his right temple. The remaining half of his temple was still trembling with a buzzing sound. The Skysoar realm expert roared as his body trembled from the pain. Heavenly Witchcraft Copper. It was actually the Heavenly Witchcraft Copper that could break through True Yuan. But where did this hidden weapon come from? On the other side, Zhuo Duo didn't make a sound. The black and white light from his hammers slowly revolved and swept over. The Skysoar realm expert only felt a sharp pain in his temple as the needles pierced deep into his temple. Unknowingly, this provoked his ferocious nature. You're courting death. Suddenly, there was a loud shout and the long sword was unsheathed. A white light that was like an ocean appeared and formed into a dense sword qi that was several zhang long. The sword qi did not dodge or evade as it slashed down towards Zhuo Duo's hammer. Through the previous exchange, he was confident that no matter what material his opponent's hammers were made of, the sharp sword qi infused with his true yuan would definitely be able to cut them in half. The sword qi descended with the sound of wind and thunder. Zhuo Duo's eyes sharpened. Without dodging, his yin-yang hammers met the attack head-on. Then, there was a loud boom. Zhuo Duo's entire body flew back like a kite with its string cut. With a groan, he spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other side, the Skysoar realm expert roared in disbelief. His sword had actually been cut in half. As for his opponent's hammers, there wasn't even a single white mark on them. Such an earth-shattering strike, a strike that contained all his strength, was actually unable to cause any damage to his opponent's hammers. This was absolutely impossible. Preposterous. What he couldn't accept was that at the moment of contact, another 2 rays of light flashed. Subconsciously, he circulated all his true yuan and focused it on his face to defend against the needles. Because of the previous exchange, he had lost his balance and was unable to dodge in time. However, since he had already experienced it once, even if the needles were made of heavenly witchcraft copper, they wouldn't be able to harm him. Even if the heavenly witchcraft copper was said to be able to break through true yuan, it still depended on the opponent's cultivation. He instantly gathered all his true yuan. However, he immediately felt a sharp pain in his eyes. When Zhuo Duo fought the Flood Witch, who had suppressed her cultivation, with Zhuo Duo as a nascent soul cultivator, even with the Flood Witch's countless years of battle experience, she was unable to dodge this attack, let alone this Skysoar realm expert who had already lost his balance. Puff! 2 soft sounds could be heard. 2 needles, one on the left and one on the right, ruthlessly pierced into his eyes. Although the opponent's true yuan defense only managed to pierce half of the needles, the depth of the needles was enough to pierce his eyeballs. Immediately, 2 streams of black blood spurted out. Both of his eyes were blinded. Chapter 885. Ah! My eyes! The Skysoar realm expert howled miserably. He slashed left and right with all his might as his body floated into the air. He no longer wanted to kill Shuo Duo and only wanted to escape. Although he hated Shuo Duo to the core, he knew that he was already blind. If he continued fighting, he would no longer be the one to capture or kill this brat. Instead, the brat would be the one to kill him. He waved his broken sword with all his might to protect his body as he frantically retreated. As long as he could escape with his life, blindness was nothing to a Skysoar realm expert. As long as he recuperated for a period of time, he would be able to recover. Shao! Shuo Duo coldly shouted. In front of the Skysoar realm expert, a ball of fiery red suddenly appeared. It was approaching at a speed far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Gee! With a soft cry, Xiao caught up to the blind flying Apsaras, who was already high in the sky, with his unparalleled speed. Then, he crashed into him. A fiery light erupted, and the entire sky was dyed red in an instant. The 1,000-year-old snow in the surroundings melted due to the extreme heat, revealing the black mountain rocks. However, they were soon turned dark red by the high temperature. A ball of red light pierced through the chest of the Skysoar realm expert. Ah! With an even more miserable howl, the Skysoar realm expert's body stopped in midair. On his chest, there was an egg-sized black hole. It was transparent from the front to the back. Half of his body, including his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, had been roasted. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. His eyes widened in horror and he actually muttered, "What is this?" Zhao's fiery red body forcefully pierced through his body. Of course, Shuo Duo would not answer his question. He continued waving his yin-yang hammer and smashed the Skysoar realm expert's head. With a plop, a corpse emitting the aroma of roasted meat fell to the ground. A wisp of soul also entered the divine sense space. Bai and Jiao swarmed over and ate heartily. The spirit of flight made Bai and Jiao beam with delight. Shuo Duo took a deep breath and stepped forward to retrieve the ox hair needle and the awl needle. He then took off the blind flying's ring. This was the first time Shuo Duo had obtained a flying cultivator's ring. It was extremely meaningful. Shuo Duo was powerless against the body of a Skysoar Almighty, so he could only rely on Xiao to make a surprise move. And sure enough, Xiao didn't disappoint him. The power of the 3-legged golden crow was revealed for the first time today, but it was on the snowy Whitehead Mountain. The Xiao circled around in the air and let out a joyful cry. It pounced on the corpse of the Skysoar realm expert and pecked a hole in it. Then, countless wisps of dense qi suddenly rose and were completely absorbed by Xiao's whale-swallowing sea. Then the corpse of this Skysoar realm expert seemed to have decayed for many years, and even the bones were loose. The battle was over. After letting out a sigh of relief, Shuo Duo felt exhausted. His greatest desire was to quickly get a good night's sleep. This was the first time Shuo Duo had killed a Skysoar realm expert. Although the process was full of twists and turns, and although Shuo Duo had used countless methods, and even had the support of rare treasures and concealed weapons, it was an undeniable fact that Shuo Duo had killed a Skysoar realm expert all by himself. The Xiao cried out and flew back to the spatial extermination pagoda. In the surroundings, the 3 white-clothed experts of White Mountain City were dumbfounded by the scene. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They were attracted by the screams of the Skysoar realm expert, but they never imagined that the Skysoar realm expert, whom they thought to be invincible, would die so easily in the hands of Duo. Not even his soul was left behind. Even the essence of his corpse had been devoured. Such a miserable state was simply unimaginable. It was too miserable. The feeling of terror that followed was even more intense. Fear, liver trembling, heart pain, spleen pain, stomach pain, and 5 viscera and 6 bowels. When they saw Duo looking at them, the 3 shouted at the same time and turned around to flee. Still want to run? Pft! Pft! 3 hexagrams flew out at high speed. The 3 of them fell head first into the snow. Blood spurted out dozens of meters from the thin wounds on their bodies like arrows. Duo retrieved the hexagrams and the ring. Xiao rushed out again and dealt with the corpses. Then, Duo slowly carved a few words on the exposed mountain rock. He turned around and walked toward the rendezvous point. How many people are left in White Mountain City for me to kill? These were the words left by Duo. The content was poles apart from the previous ones, and the threat was 10 times stronger. In the void-destroying tower, Duo had already built a pool. All the hexagrams were here. There were more than 1 million of them. As for the 16 hexagrams that had killed people before, they stood out like cranes in a flock of chickens as they gathered in a corner of the water. However, the colors they displayed were clearly different from the other hexagrams. They were even more profound and mysterious. They were clearly separated from the other hexagrams and minded their own business. They seemed to be superior, looking down at the other hexagrams. Even their luster was different and full of aggressiveness. Duo only discovered this strange change today. In the huge pool, the 16 hexagrams seemed to be gathered in a corner, but in fact, they occupied a small part of the pool. On the other side of a neat and straight line, there were more than 1 million hexagrams, all of them obediently waiting on the other side. The 16 hexagrams on this side seemed to be motionless, but their colors changed with the ripples of the water. They were different from the rest. Duo curiously reached his hand into the pool and stirred the water. He mixed all the hexagram stars together and mixed the 16 hexagram stars into the other hexagram stars. 16 hexagram stars amounted to more than 1 million. It should have been like sand returning to the soil and water dripping into the sea, leaving no trace behind. However, after a while, when he went in to take a look, the 16 hexagrams gathered together again and occupied one side. They were no different from before. It was as if they had been born with spirituality and were different from the others. They did not intend to mix with the other hexagrams. They have seen blood and killed people. They have a murderous aura. Duo sighed from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Moyen had also returned. The moment Moyen took off the void transformation stone, Duo was actually unable to bear it. That kind of cold aura, that kind of soaring killing intent, his entire person was like a demon with bloodshot eyes. Brother, you should wear your void stone. Duo patted Moyen's shoulder. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Sister Yen, will be fine. He said seriously, especially after today's massacre, she will be even more fine. Moyen smiled faintly and said, that's for sure. He sat quietly in the snow cave and stared at the snow on the opposite side. He said softly, Zwa, I'm going to wash White Mountain City with blood. Wash White Mountain City with blood. These extremely bloody words came out of Moyen's mouth. They were so understated, but they contained the aura of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It also sounded natural. Don't worry, you can do it. Duo laughed. There's no reason for a place like White Mountain City to exist. It's fine to erase it. Moyen took a deep breath and nodded. Then he sat cross-legged on the side and began to meditate. He recalled the battle that day and integrated the battle experience into his body to improve his cultivation. Sua Xiaoduo took out his phone and checked the news. "Where are you?" Jingjing asked. "I'm already here. I'm running up Mount Whitehead." Li Zhongming sent a message. Sua Xiaoduo was stunned. This guy ran so fast. Although he was close to this place, it was still difficult for him to arrive so quickly. "We're almost there too," Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu said. "We don't have much time left," Li Chenglong said. Sua Xiaoduo closed his phone and said with a smile, "Li Zhongming is already here. Long Yuxing and the others will be here soon." A look of excitement appeared on Yu Moyan's face. He didn't say anything. He just nodded deeply and said, "Sua, let's go and meet them." "Of course. But you'd better go to Jade Sun High School first." "How are Sister Yen Er's parents now?" Sua Xiaoduo reminded him. "Okay." Umo Yen made a phone call and then turned around with a shocked expression. "Jade Sun High Martial Arts High School, from the principal down, all the teaching staff are here. The families of the 3 teachers who plotted against us have all been slaughtered. Their entire family has been wiped out." "Damn." Sua Xiaoduo was shocked when he heard that. How could the people of Jade Sun High School be so brave? This was really beyond Sua Xiaoduo's expectation. "Moyan, you didn't stay in Jade Sun High School for nothing. You're really popular." Sua Xiaoduo said softly, "A school like this has unity and unity. It's worth it for the students to protect it with their lives. It's not for anything else, it's because there's a group of teachers who are willing to sacrifice their lives for the sake of their students." "Yes." Yu Moyan's face showed warmth. He said, "The teachers are all very good. Of course, Wang Qingbue and the others are an exception. Those people are not human. Don't call them teachers in the future. Their existence tarnishes the word teacher." "Yes, by the way, the teachers will be here in about 2 hours." "Okay." Sua Xiaoduo and Yu Moyan walked out of the snow cave at the same time. They walked toward the meeting place that they had agreed on with their friends. The place where they were hiding was not far from the meeting place. At the same time, it blocked the only way to go up and down the mountain. As soon as they walked out of the snow cave, they saw a figure in the distance. The figure was unusually agile. Even if it was running, it gave people a strange feeling like they were in a dream. Sua Xiaoduo chuckled at the sight of this figure. Even Yu Moyan, who had a lot on his mind, could not help but smile. Li Zhongming. Only this guy's dream magic technique could give people such a dreamy feeling. Even when he was running, it made people feel like they were dreaming. Chapter 886. Zhongming. Sua Xiaoduo shouted. Li Zhongming sneakily peeked his head out from the branch of a big tree, looking at them with a surprised face. "This is the enemy's territory, why are you guys shouting so loudly? Where's your Jianghu experience? Cut the crap, hurry up and come down." Sua Xiaoduo laughed. "They don't dare to come." "Awesome." Li Zhongming gave a thumbs up and jumped down. "I, Sua, am awesome." As he spoke, he hugged Yu Moyan. "Don't worry, Moyan, the brothers are all here, sister-in-law will be fine." "I, brotherly," said so. Yu Moyan, who was always cold and indifferent, blushed and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, brothers, they're all here." Yu Moyan's heart was surging. He knew very well, how long had it been since he got into trouble? How far away were his brothers? How could they have arrived so quickly? There was only one possibility. The moment everyone received the news, they had immediately set off from where they were, risking their lives to rush over. They didn't care if they could hold on or not, and they didn't care if the enemies Umo Yen and the others had provoked were beyond what they could handle. That was the only possibility, that they could all rush over in such a short amount of time. They knew that this was a dangerous place, but they still rushed over so resolutely. What kind of feelings, what kind of friendship was needed? Umoyan wasn't good at expressing himself. However, he had engraved this moment into his heart. This would be the fortune of his life. At this moment, Umoyan no longer looked like a demon with bloodshot eyes, but a human with a heart of flesh and blood. Ding dong. Zhuoxiaoduo's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Zhuoxiaoyan. Hey, where are you now? I'm here. Zhuoxiaoduo hurriedly turned around and covered Zhuoxiaoyan's message with his body. If he didn't have the word dog, he naturally wouldn't have to hide it. But with the addition of these two words, the situation was very different. At this moment, Zhuoxiaoduo didn't want to ruin his image as a wise and mighty boss. If someone saw this nickname, he wouldn't be able to live a good life for the rest of his life. With this, hey, he would be laughed at for the rest of his life. I'm on the only way up the mountain. Zhuoxiaoduo sent his location. My brother's here, don't call me hey, call me husband, okay? Little Nian, my wife. Zhuoxiaoyan didn't reply. Subsequently, in less than 10 seconds, a chill suddenly descended upon the Whitehead Mountain. Soon after, a white and graceful figure appeared in the sky. His eyes were like cold lightning, looking down on everything. He quickly found Zhuoxiaoduo's location. In the next moment, Zhuoxiaoyan arrived. Xiao Duo! Zhuoxiaoyan shouted. Although the two hadn't been apart for many days, they missed each other very much. At this moment, seeing Zhuoxiaoduo, Zhuoxiaoyan had an inexplicable impulse to rush up and hug him. But Umoyan and Li Zhongming were standing on the side. They still felt a little embarrassed. They still had to be reserved. Umoyan and the others had all seen Zhuoxiaoyan before. Well, they had only seen her after the last trial, at the gathering in Zhuoxiaoduo's villa. Before that, they had only heard of her name and didn't know who she was. At this moment, seeing Zhuoxiaoyan, the two couldn't help but be amazed. Then they immediately went up and greeted her as sister-in-law. Zhuoxiaoyan blushed when she heard that, but she didn't express her objection. Instead, she stood beside Zhuoxiaoduo calmly and said, "How's the situation?" Zhuoxiaoduo suddenly felt his body lighten. He said, "We've fought a few battles and killed a few of them. However, Dugu Yen is still in White Mountain City. We haven't been able to rescue her yet." Zhuoxiaoyan frowned and said, "What are you going to do next?" Next. Before Zhuoxiaoduo could say anything, a figure floated down. "Lingnian, who is this?" It was Jun Chongkong. Zhuoxiaoyan knew that there would be a fierce battle in Baishan City this time. After communicating with Zhuoxiaoduo, she knew that the 5 God reigning realm experts she brought with her wouldn't be of much use. So, she left all of them at the foot of the mountain. When the situation was really urgent, they would come to the rescue. Perhaps, they would be a surprise force. If possible, they would try not to use this force. After all, God reigning realm experts were the top fighting force in the continent. Even the 9 Heavens Pavilion couldn't afford to lose them. Only Jun Chongkong refused to stay there. He followed Zhuoxiaoyan with the excuse of protecting her. When Zhuoxiaoduo and the others met, Umoyan and Li Changming called her sister-in-law, which almost broke Jun Chongkong's heart. What's going on? How did I become her sister-in-law? Therefore, Jun Chongkong, who had discussed with Zhuoxiaoyan and was secretly observing, suddenly jumped out. I am. Zhuoxiaoduo naturally wouldn't be nice to this guy. Zhuoxiaoduo was just about to speak when Zhuoxiaoyan interrupted and said, "This is my fiancé, Zhuoxiaoduo." Jun Changkong naturally knew about Zhuo Duo. When Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan showed up at the Hidden Dragon High School in a high-profile manner, Jun Changkong felt like his heart was burning with oil. How could he not know about this guy? At this moment, he was just suppressing his jealousy and deliberately asking. However, he never expected that Zhuo Xiaoyan would stand out and answer. Moreover, her answer directly extinguished all his thoughts. Zhuo Xiaoyan's thoughts were very simple. She would naturally take care of her suitor. As for her dog's suitor, he would also take care of it himself. If she still needed a dog to take care of her suitor, how could she be the head of the family in the future? That was out of the question. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't realize that although she seemed to be firmly in the position of calling the shots in her family, the real decision-maker was no longer her. It could even be said that from the beginning, the real decision-maker had never been her. It could be said that since Zhuo Duo entered the path of cultivation, Zhuo Xiaoyan had asked for Zhuo Duo's opinion on all her decisions and movements. At most, after Zhuo Duo convinced her, Zhuo Xiaoyan would make the so-called decision. Well, in the end, it would be the final decision. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't realize this at all. She had been immersed in the thought that she was the one who had the final say because she was older and stronger than the dog. Her cultivation was higher than his, so she was the one who had the final say. For example, right now, when their relationship was being questioned, Zhuo Xiaoyan naturally stood up and shielded Zhuo Duo behind her. Fiancé. Jun Changkong's handsome face changed. However, in front of Zhuo Xiaoyan, he couldn't lose his poise. He smiled and reached out to Zhuo Duo. Nice to meet you, Brother Zhuo. You're indeed a young hero. You're even better than your reputation. Zhuo Duo smiled and said, this is. It was just a normal question, but it immediately made Zhuo Xiaoyan panic. She thought to herself that she couldn't be misunderstood by that dog. The crazy bees and butterflies that she had attracted should be dealt with on their own. She hurriedly explained, this is Jun Changkong, the inspector of the Guixian division of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. He's the supervisor of my mission this time. Zhuo Xiaoyan said with a cold face, he's just an ordinary colleague. Jun Changkong almost couldn't help but go berserk. Why was she in such a hurry to clear her name that they were chatting together yesterday, and they had a good chat? Well, Jun Changkong really thought that he was gentle and approachable. How could he not get along well with others? Nice to meet you. Zhuo Duo shook Jun Changkong's hand and said with a smile, Inspector Jun, you've worked hard. Well, to be able to become an inspector of the Guixian division in such an important and secretive place like the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Inspector Jun must be extraordinary. May I ask how old you are? Jun Changkong said sullenly, I'm just 56 years old. Fuck. Li Zhongming was surprised, you're 56 years old. You're already so old. Not old enough. If you're an ordinary person. I'll have to call you uncle. My dad is only 49 years old this year. Inspector Jun, you're 7 years older than my dad. How about I call you Uncle Jun? He then turned to Zhuo Duo and said, Boss, this senior Jun is 37 years older than you. He seems to be a few years older than your Uncle Zhuo, right? Senior Jun. These 4 words were like a burning needle that pierced into Jun Changkong's heart. However, Li Zhongming was obviously not satisfied. He clicked his tongue and said, Senior Jun, I don't know if you're married yet. At your age, if you get married early, it won't be a problem for you to have many children and grandchildren. Even better, it won't be a problem for you to have a granddaughter who's as old as my sister-in-law. Jun Changkong's handsome face immediately twisted. What are you saying? It's very clear. I'm already so old, yet I still want to pursue Zhuo Lingnian. That's shameless. But Is 56 years old very old? I'm only 56 years old and I'm already at the Guaxian division. This means that I'm a cultivation genius. How many Guaxian division cultivators below the age of 56 are there in the 3 continents? At the very most, there might not be more than 10,000 people outside my home. How many people are there in the 3 continents? Tens of billions of yuan. Why am I so old already? How did he become old? Senior June. And that Uncle June, I'll see your ghost Uncle June. Li Zhongming, I have to say to you. As juniors, we have to respect our seniors. Senior June is older than your parents. How can you be so rude? Zhou Xiaoduo reprimanded with a straight face. Yes, Senior June. This junior has overstepped his boundaries just now. Li Zhongming obediently saluted and greeted. Yu Moyan said coldly, Senior, at your age, you still have to travel such a long distance to empty Whitehead. You must take care of your body. The climate here is cold and it's not good for your heart and blood vessels. Chapter 887. Finally. June Chongkong gritted his teeth and said, Thank you for your concern. He could tell that these guys were up to no good. At this time, Zhou Xiaonian asked curiously, Senior June. No, Inspector June, they are right. You are already 56 years old. Why haven't you found a wife yet? God took pity on her. Zhou Xiaonian swore to God that she was just curious. She was just being led on. Zhou Xiaonian's curiosity was piqued by Li Zhongming and the others. He felt that Li Zhongming and the others were right. That's right. If you got married early, your granddaughter would be about my age. Why haven't you gotten married yet? June Chongkong almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He held it back and replied with a graceful smile, Sometimes, you have to meet the right person. And fate is a very mysterious word. After so many years, I still haven't met the right person. Until recently. Zhou Xiaoduo said, Nian Nian, what a coincidence. I've been dreaming of you ever since we parted. Zhou Xiaonian's attention was completely attracted. She said happily, Really? Zhou Xiaoduo said, Of course it's true. Then he pouted and said, Give me a kiss. I miss you so much. Aren't you going to give me a reward? Zhou Xiaonian blushed. She stomped her feet and said angrily, There are so many people here. Zhou Xiaoduo winked. Then, let's wait until there's no one around. Zhou Xiaonian blushed and didn't say anything. She just rolled her eyes. At this moment, the iceberg thawed and the earth returned to spring. It was magnificent and wonderful. June Chongkong felt that his heart was breaking. He couldn't control himself. When he looked at Zhou Xiaoduo again, his eyes were full of murderous intent. Yu Moyan and Li Zhongming looked at each other. There was only disdain in their hearts. This kind of trash wants to steal Zhuo's wife. This is simply. Not to mention Zhou, just the few of us can play you to death. What's more, the most sinister Li Chenglong hadn't arrived yet. His elder brother won't be as good as you. Just you wait and see. As they spoke, the person who spoke arrived. Li Chenglong sent a message. Where is it? We've arrived. After Zhou Xiaoduo responded, Li Chenglong quickly brought Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Gao Qiao, Yu Yan, and Pai Yibao over. When they saw the 4 of them, they were overjoyed. Mo Yen, you're out. Are you okay? Dragon. Yu Moyan's eyes reddened as he greeted Xiang Chong, Xiang Bingyu, and Yan Er. This etiquette was indispensable. After all, the other party had traveled thousands of miles to help him. He could not afford to be rude to this kind of intention. On the other side, Li Zhongming did not make a sound, but his lips were moving like a machine gun. He was very busy. He was transmitting his voice. And he was not transmitting his voice to one person. He was transmitting his voice to Li Chenglong, then to Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Pai Yibao, and finally to Yu Yan, The only difference was that when he was transmitting his voice to Yu Yan, he added, Yan, I missed you so much. Did you miss me? Yu Yan's face was red. She wanted to draw her sword and cut him, but after thinking about it seriously, she realized that she could not bear to do it. Damn, I can't bear to kill this little fatty. What's going on? On the other side, Li Chenglong took a step forward and laughed. Hello, Zhua. Hello, sister-in-law. Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and the others said in unison, Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, Zhua. Xiang Bing and Yu Yan held Zhua Xiaoyan's hand affectionately. Sister-in-law, you are getting prettier and prettier. The last time I saw you at your new house, it was only a few days ago. Have you finished decorating the bridal chamber? Everyone is waiting for your bridal chamber. Let's make a deal. It's your big day. We can do whatever we want. Li Zhongming said unhappily. Don't just call her sister-in-law. Senior June is still here. How can you all be so insensible? Senior June is already an old man in his 50s. Why don't you all know what's going on? Li Chenglong and the others seemed as if they had awoken from a dream. They hurriedly stepped forward and greeted him politely. Greetings, Senior June. Hello, Senior June. Senior June has taken good care of himself. I didn't know that he was almost 60 years old. Senior June is old but strong. Senior June is old but not old. Senior June is able to travel such a long distance at such a young age. This junior is truly impressed. June Chongkong was on the verge of collapse. What the hell is this? Apart from being heart-wrenching, there was only heart-wrenching. Sister-in-law, bridal chamber, wedding date. Senior, 56 years old, strong but strong. What the hell? What the hell are they talking about? You're welcome. Actually, in terms of cultivation and martial arts, we are of the same age. We walk the same path and walk the same path. June Chongkong was well aware of the actions of these people. This group of people was mocking him, using his age to talk about things and trampling on him. It was obvious that she wanted to embarrass him in front of Zhuo Lingnian. What if he couldn't control his temper? That would be even worse. Alas! He was born in the royal family and was good at manipulating people. Would he fall for this trick? Of course not. Therefore, June Chongkong tried his best to control his temper. Although he couldn't control it anymore. The battle will be against Baishan City later. These little bastards should die one by one. Well, someone obviously overestimated himself. At the same time, he muttered that these people were shameless. Li Chenglong laughed. Senior, what are you talking about? We are only 18 or 19 years old. The age gap between us and you is too big. Zhua Xiaoduo came out to play the role of a good person. All right. Hurry up and let the old senior rest. He must be exhausted after such a long journey. Old people don't use their muscles and bones for energy. You should go and rest. We still need to discuss the plan of action. June Chongkong was unhappy. I'm here to contribute to this matter. How can I rest? He thought to himself, as long as I know the specific plan, with my cultivation realm strength, wouldn't it be easy to kill you all? Li Chenglong said bluntly, Senior, we have a plan for this. We have a tacit understanding. Now that you are here, we are worried that you will leak the secret. After all, we are not familiar with you. We don't trust you at all. You are old and virtuous. You should know this, right? Li Chenglong said with a simple and honest face, Senior, I am a straightforward person. Please don't mind me. Jun Chongkong almost fainted after hearing that. So straightforward. Even any reason or excuse to ask to join had been blocked. Yes, we don't trust you. You are so straightforward. You even asked me not to mind. How can you say that? How can you tell that I am old and virtuous? I want to kill you right now. Do you know that? Jun Chongkong's body flashed and disappeared without a trace. He hid in a corner and sulked. Everyone chose a secret place and finally gathered together. Now, let me analyze the situation. Li Chenglong first summarized all the information and then pondered for a long time. Gao Qiao was also pondering. Li Chenglong's strategic planning was naturally meticulous and successful. However, Gao Qiao also felt that she had to play some role in this. Strictly speaking, this was the first operation of the 12-man team. Moreover, it was an unorganized operation. Because of an accident, no one retreated. They all took the initiative to come. Gao Qiao was very clear about this, very clear about it. Perhaps, after this sudden incident, the entire team would be formed completely. Because this kind of cohesiveness and willingness to risk their lives for each other were enough. It was enough to form the embryonic form of a team. In fact, it was far more than enough. The current situation. We will use a small number of people to cause a commotion and form a certain scale of harassment. But we can't move the team. Li Chenglong said, because the teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Arts will arrive soon. Once they arrive, they will certainly add a lot of manpower. But when it comes to actual cultivation. Li Chenglong thought for a while and said, it is easy to have a large number of casualties. But we have to try our best to protect such good teachers. We have to try our best not to have any casualties. So, Gao Qiao said, I will do this job. Li Chenglong nodded. With Gao Qiao's eloquence and ability, she should be able to persuade Jade Sun High Martial Arts not to participate in this battle. The second thing is, from the battle between Zhua and Yumoyan today, the combat power of White Mountain City is not as strong as we thought. But we have to admit that their real combat power is still much higher than ours. Zhua's combat power is too strong. We can't judge by his level. And, now, both sides are more or less afraid of each other. Li Chenglong said, so, I think, can we think of a way to save Sister Yen, After all, saving Sister Yen, is our primary goal. What if at the last moment, the other side is driven to desperation and uses extreme methods to destroy the jade and the stone? That is not only a situation that we don't want to see, but also a situation that will make this battle meaningless. Then, the problem of this rescue plan is how to go about it. Li Chenglong pondered. In the wind and snow, the team of Jade Sun High Martial Arts was running at full speed towards this place. Li Chenglong and the others were discussing the follow-up strategy. And in White Mountain City, Pu Guanshan and the others were also discussing. Pu Guanshan's face was unprecedentedly serious. Right now, he was truly feeling an immense pressure. Chapter 888. More than 30 of the experts sent by White Mountain City to search for Zhua Xiaoduo and Yumoyan had been killed. That was the number of corpses that could be seen. Some of the corpses had disappeared without a trace. Even the third city lord of White Mountain City, Qingguanan, had disappeared at this critical moment. Under such circumstances, the disappearance of a person was definitely not a deserter. On the surface, White Mountain City still had the upper hand. It was far from being a deserter. However, it was precisely because of this that the disappearance of a person was even more bad news. The disappearance of a person was basically equivalent to death. However, Qing Guannan, a Skysoar realm cultivator, had actually died without a trace. Pu Guanshan really couldn't accept this. Skysoar realm. No matter how weak one's foundation was, as long as one broke through to the Skysoar realm, one could no longer be considered a weakling. Even if such an expert had died, he wouldn't have died so silently and indifferently, right? The current situation is somewhat out of control. Pu Guanshan frowned. Moreover, I've received news that the family members of Wang Qinghua and the other two have all been killed. All the teachers of Martial Arts Academy of Jade Sun are on their way here. It seems like they're going to die. The news about this has already spread. The situation is getting out of hand. Pu Guanshan was still not worried about the revenge of Zhou Xiaoduo and the others, nor was he worried about Martial Arts Academy of Jade Sunday. What he was worried about was, would this matter attract the attention of the higher-ups? If the higher-ups really came, he would be in a very awkward situation. Yun Piaoliu said indifferently, they can spread the news, but can't you refute it? After all, you're the guardian of White Mountain City. You've done a great service. How can you allow them to slander you? Just a few students, and you think you can shake White Mountain City? Pu Guanshan's eyes lit up. That's right. The mouth was on a person's body. How could he not have the final say? So what if you make a big deal out of this? As long as I don't admit it, what can you do to me? I didn't do such a thing. Martial Arts Academy of Jade Sun is slandering me. Just based on a few words and a lack of concrete evidence, you want to overthrow me, an official of the border? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. How are the casualties in Baishan City? Yun Piaoliu said lightly, those who went out to capture Zhou Xiaoduo and Yu Moyan must have suffered heavy casualties, right? He was now very disappointed with Pu Guanshan. This group of people had no brains at all. Why would he be afraid of making a big deal out of this? Baishan City was geographically located here. Even if they didn't make any contributions, they still had to work hard to defend it. Didn't they know how to complain? Allowing the other party to speak unilaterally. The casualties are very heavy. Pu Guanshan's expression was grave, even Qing Guannan is missing. Missing? Yun Piaoliu said indifferently, it doesn't matter. What we need to do next is to defend Baishan City. Their target is Duguyen, so they will come sooner or later. As long as they are still in our hands, they will come. Yun Piaoliu said casually. Pu Guanshan couldn't figure it out. You are the one who urged me to send people out to capture them, and now you are the one who wants us to defend Baishan City and wait for them to come. What you, young Master Yun, are doing is really mysterious. Yun Piaoliu said lightly, the reason why I asked you to capture them is to confirm Zhou Xiaoduo's real combat ability. Pu Guanshan's facial muscles twitched subconsciously. 50 or 60 lives of Baishan City's people were sacrificed just to let you know his real combat ability. He is indeed extraordinary. He lives up to his reputation. Yun Piaoliu and Feng Wui both praised from the bottom of their hearts. Pu Guanshan was even more confused. What did they mean? He said carefully, looking at his combat ability now. If we only have the combat ability of Baishan City, it is still not a problem to defeat him. But to capture him like this, or to surround him from all sides, I am afraid it will be difficult. That's right. Baishan City doesn't have enough combat ability. Yun Piaoliu said straightforwardly. When the time comes, I am afraid we will need your guards. Pu Guanshan said. He understood very well. The 4 bodyguards he mentioned were all Skysoar realm experts from the Wind and Cloud clans. As for the 4 bodyguards, they were all seated disciples of the Wind and Cloud clans. Each of them had 2 sky soars as bodyguards. It was obvious that the Wind and Cloud clans placed great importance on the safety of these 4 people. As long as the protectors made a move, the 8 great fairies would act together. Regardless of whether left little duo or right little duo was still holding back, they would still be able to easily capture them. No. Out of Pu Guanshan's expectation, Yun Piaoliu and the other 3 shook their heads in unison. Our Skysoar Realm guards can't be used to deal with Suoshao duo. Pu Guanshan was dumbfounded. What do you mean? I already said that we don't have enough combat ability to deal with this situation. We need more combat ability. How can you not help us? Yun Piaoliu said indifferently, Suoshao duo is also on the Human Favor Medallion. Pu Guanshan was stunned. Human Favor Medallion? What's that? Yun Piaoliu said, the Human Favor Medallion is a secret that only the higher-ups of the 3 continents are privy to. It's normal that you don't know about it. He pondered for a moment before he continued, the Human Favor Medallion is. The higher-ups of the 3 continents will designate a few geniuses from their own continent or focus on nurturing them. The names of these geniuses will be notified to the leaders of the other 2 continents. In short, these people are not to be killed. Strictly speaking, cultivators above the Skysoar realm are not allowed to attack the people on the Human Favor Medallion. Once they do, they will be targeted by the higher-ups of the 3 continents. They will take extreme revenge. Suoshao's name is on the Human Favor Medallion. Yun Piaoliu said indifferently, in other words, only nascent transformation, cloud transformation, God reigning, and profound clarity cultivators are allowed to deal with Suoshao duo. Profound clarity cultivators are the limit. Skysoar realm cultivators are forbidden. Do you understand? Understood. However, Pu Guanshan was even more confused. What should we do then? Pu Guanshan immediately felt that he was at his wit's end. The situation is clear now. For young masters should be able to see that not only is Divine Reigning Gui Xian not a match for Suoshao duo, even sending out Divine Reigning Gui Xian would only be delivering food to Suoshao duo. Even Chengguanan, a low-stage Skysoar realm cultivator, has gone missing. If we can't send Skysoar realm cultivators to deal with him, doesn't that mean we can only let him slaughter us? What kind of rule is that? Could it be that Suoshao duo can only kill others, but others can't kill him? What kind of logic is that? Pu Guanshan was truly anxious. How could there be such a stupid rule? He wasn't like Yun Piaoliu and the other 3. They were the direct descendants of the Dao League's higher-ups. Even if they couldn't do anything, they could just leave. They wouldn't have to worry about their lives. Moreover, from what they said, their names should also be on the writ of favor. Moreover, Yun Piaoliu and the other 3 had left their names on the writ of favor because they were the descendants of the Dao League's higher-ups. What about Suoshao duo, who also left his name on the writ of favor? Was it because he was strong and talented, or did he have a special background? Wasn't this extremely terrifying? Yun Piaoliu and the other 3 were even more displeased with Pu Guanshan's words. Yun Piaoliu's expression changed. What do you mean by sending profound clarity cultivators are only serving as fodder? Mountain Lord Pu, aren't you looking down on the heroes of the world? Pu Guanshan was an experienced man. He didn't realize he had said the wrong thing. The 4 young masters in front of him were 2 profound clarity cultivators and 2 profound clarity cultivators. His words just now had offended all 4 of them at the same time. He hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. I'm just stating facts, that's all. Ordinary profound clarity cultivators can't compare with the 4 young masters. The 4 of you are all geniuses, peerless geniuses. Yun Piaoliu smiled faintly. Look at how nervous you are. I'm not mad at you. Why are you so nervous? He thought for a moment and said, Mountain Lord Pooh, I can only leaves where Xiao Duo to you and Vice City Lord Guanshan. Pooh Guanshan was stunned. Can't we fight if we're not profound clarity cultivators? Of course, profound clarity cultivators from the Tao League can't fight. However, profound clarity cultivators from the Astral Souls continent are different. You can fight. Yun Piaoliu smiled faintly. The higher-ups of the three continents agreed that profound clarity cultivators from other continents can't fight those who left their names on the writ of favor. However, they didn't agree that their own higher-ups can't fight as well. This isn't really a loophole. But now, we can use this loophole to kill those who left their names on the writ of favor. Yun Piaoliu's eyes flashed with excitement. The writ of favor. In the past thousands of years, almost all of the higher-ups of the continents came from the writ of favor. The writ of favor's writ of favor was the best. The writ of favor's writ of favor would be the writ of favor's writ of favor in the future. This wasn't just a saying. It was an absolute fact. Those who were listed on the writ of favor were all peerless geniuses. Their talent, aptitude, and foundation were all top-notch. Most importantly, those whose names appeared on the writ of favor all had a huge network behind them. Countless people must have done all kinds of things to help this person rise up. As long as this person didn't die, there was no need to worry about his future. Can the writ of favor's writ of favor be killed? Pooh Guanshan was still respectful of the writ of favor. There are always exceptions. As long as they're human, they can be killed. Yun Piaoliu looked nostalgic. Back then, one of the writ of favor's writ of Umno Alliance was called Laisian. He was a direct descendant of Umno Alliance's great shaman Lei Bao. He was extremely talented. Even the Flood Witch once said that if he didn't die, he would be invincible in the future. Chapter 889. This Laisian was truly a peerless genius. He lived up to the Flood Witch's praise. When he was still in the nascent soul transformation stage, he was able to suppress all the geniuses in the three continents. When Laisian reached the pinnacle of the God-reigning stage, he was not only invincible among his peers, but he had also killed many Ascension stage cultivators and defeated many Ascension stage cultivators. Such a dazzling battle record had never been seen before. But it is also because of this that this star's battle achievements are so dazzling that it dazzles everyone's eyes, causing everyone in the star spirit continent to be fearful. Hence, he encountered the star soul continent's painstaking ambush and finally fell in one day. At that time, he was indeed dazzling. No one wanted the Umno Alliance to have another the Flood Witch. In that battle, in order to kill Laisian and eliminate this future threat, the Star Spirit Continent sent out a total of 127 peak origin returning realm cultivators who were over 1,500 years old. From the very beginning of that battle, they continuously self-destructed one after another. There was no technique, no battle, only self-destruction. They used the craziest and most extreme method to kill Laisian and his two Ascension stage cultivators. And this could be said to be the most successful killing of the esteemed master of the human favor token. It was also the most heroic one. Even Laisian, at the moment of his death, let out a long sigh and said, "Although I am unwilling to die today, to die like this, I have nothing to say." Laisian's death shocked the three continents. But this kind of ambush was allowed. Even though the Umno Alliance's great shaman Lei Bao was heartbroken and furious, he could only sigh. Because the Astral Souls continent didn't send out any Ascension stage cultivators. Not even one Ascension stage cultivator. Even the organizer was only at the pinnacle of the Ascension stage, and he was the first one to self-detonate. Speaking of this, even Yun Piaoliu couldn't help but show respect in his eyes. 1,000 years of Ascension stage cultivator, no hope of ascension. Pu Guanshan was also shocked. He said, "That's true, but to be so resolute is rare." Rare? It's not rare. Yun Piaoliu said casually, "As far as I know, no matter if it's the Tao League, the Astral Souls, or the Umno Alliance, every Ascension State old man who hasn't reached the Ascension State after 1,000 years old will receive the same secret order. If you don't trigger the secret order, you can also die of old age at home. However, as soon as the secret order is issued, it is time to form a group to snipe the genius seed on the token of gratitude and self-destruct. The 3 continents have a unified name for this secret order. It's called the Burning Order." Yun Piaoli aside, this is supposed to be a secret. Since the ancient times, there have been many orders to fight. However, the most heroic one is the Burning Order. Because once you receive this order, you will die a horrible death. Even your soul and soul consciousness will be destroyed. Thus, not only can the people on the human affection writ be killed, the number of people that have been killed is not small. Including this Suashao duo. Pu Guanshan was still worried. Even so, I'm still a Skysoar realm cultivator. Even if I kill Suashao duo. Since Suashao duo is a guest on the human affection writ, there must be a higher-up behind him. If they pursue the matter. The consequences. This is a grudge between the people of the world and the astral souls. What does it have to do with the human affection writ? The human affection writ is a top secret that only the higher-ups of the 3 continents know about. It's understandable that you don't know about it. If you really can't do it and your higher-ups insist on pursuing the matter, you can leave Whitehead Mountain and enter my clan's territory. Then, you'll be safe." Yun Piaoliu said calmly, "The Wind and Cloud clans have no problem protecting a person. Even the invincible Great Flood Shaman has to give face to our 2 great clans." His words were full of confidence and domineering. Pu Guanshan's heart calmed down. The human affection writ might be related to the higher-ups of the continent, but the people in front of him were the families of the 2 most powerful people in the Tao League. The oldest family, the most powerful family. So, in this battle, as long as we find an opportunity, Mountain Master Pu and Vice City Master Guan, you 2 will be the main force. The 4 of us will help you. Killing Suashao duo is what we should do. There will be no accidents. Yun Piaoliu's eyes were as sharp as needles. This time, it was worth it. Umo Yen was talented, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the seed of a future leader. However, he was not qualified to be on the human affection writ of the astral souls. And Suashao duo was Umo Yan's big brother. Suashao duo was actually fished out from this scheme. This was simply a pleasant surprise on a pleasant surprise. It would be great if they could kill the 2 future higher-ups of the Star Spirit continent in one fell swoop under their arrangement and planning. Just thinking about this possibility made Yun Piaoliu tremble with excitement. This was a great event that would go down in the history of the Tao League. How big of a contribution was this? Suashao duo definitely didn't come alone this time. Our 8 great protectors can't target him, but we can deal with Yu Moyan and the others. We can also use this chance to attract Suashao duo's attention. If Suashao duo dares to challenge the 8 great protectors, it will be the same as seeking death. Feng Wuhan said, "This time, we must get rid of Suashao duo and his henchmen in one fell swoop and eliminate the source of trouble." The 4 young men's faces were full of confidence. Feng Wui suddenly said, "Brother, should we report this to the family and ask for their opinion? After all, this is not a good thing, and it is an alliance between the 2 continents." "Idiot!" Yun Piaoliu, and Feng Wuhan scolded Feng Wui at the same time, "Pig brain." Feng Wui felt wronged. In our family, we are not the top seeds to be cultivated. Even I am only 4th in line. Yun Piaoliu is only fifth in line in the Yun family. How can we get to the top if we don't have good results? Feng Wuhan looked at his brother with disappointment. Why can't you use your brain? Do you want to stay in the 7th position for the rest of your life? Feng Wui suddenly realized, can we move forward by doing this? Ha ha ha. Feng Wuhan and Yun Piaoliu laughed comfortably, just one step forward. Ha ha ha. He was adept at using money and power to make plans to kill the esteemed master of the token of personal affection. How could this be accomplished with just one step? My brother is really a little dumb. As for the alliance between the two continents. Ha ha ha. I can only say ha ha ha. We must issue a gag order. Yun Piaoliu and Feng Wuhan looked at each other and saw the same thought in each other's eyes and hearts. The two of them dared to use their lives to guarantee that if the other members of the family were to find out about this, they would definitely bring people over immediately. They might even bring people with the incineration order to reap the fruits of victory. If that happened, due to the difference in status, the two of them could only watch as those people calmly led the troops to kill Zhou Xiao Duo. All their achievements and all their future prospects would be gone in an instant. That was what it meant to put in so much effort every year, only to end up benefiting someone else. As for the others who were ranked in front of them, once they had such a battle record, they would never be able to see their backs again in this lifetime. How could they let go of this opportunity? How could they let it go? Even if they had to die, they could not let it go. His two brothers might not understand what this meant. Pu Guanshan, the great trader of the astral souls, was also clueless. Only the two of them knew that this was a heaven-sent opportunity, a great opportunity. This was clearly the ancestral Tao's favor, a chance for us to reach the heavens in a single step. Together with Pu Guanshan, Guan Shanhe, and the 8 guards, there were 10 Sky Soar realm experts. There were also more than 500 nascent god-reigning realm experts from Baishan City. With this kind of strength, with this kind of lineup, if they still couldn't kill Zhou Xiao Duo and Umo Yen, it was simply unimaginable. It was absolutely foolproof, absolutely foolproof. As for Pu Guanshan, he was just a trader of the astral souls, a scapegoat. Did you think we would really protect him? At that time, if the higher-ups of the astral souls came to investigate, we could just tell the truth. We did take part in it. However, we didn't kill Zhou Xiao Duo. It was Pu Guanshan who killed him. It had nothing to do with us. Of course, we took part in it, but our people didn't break the rules. We were within the rules. The people who took part in the fight against Zhou Xiao Duo were all nascent god-reigning realm experts, and there were only 4 of us. The ascendants of the astral souls killed their own genius. Ha ha ha. You didn't say that your ascendants couldn't kill their own geniuses, right? This matter might even become a great joke that would be passed down for 10,000 years. Just thinking about it was enough to make one's eyebrows dance. As for the consequences, they would just throw Pu Guanshan out to take the blame. Someone had to take responsibility for the death of the person on the writ of gratitude. And Pu Guanshan and his White Mountain City were the perfect scapegoats. Especially since he was the one who had brought this matter up in the first place. We didn't plan this at all. We were just going with the flow. How can you blame me for this? As for the promise I made to Pu Guanshan, I was just joking. He took it seriously, so how can you blame me for this? Ha ha ha. This is too good. The two immediately made arrangements. First, they warned Yun Piaolai and Feng Wui not to say anything else. Then, they warned Pu Guanshan to keep his mouth shut. Don't let the people of White Mountain City know that the person we're going to deal with is Zhou Xiao Duo. In this way, we can completely protect Baishan City in the future. This will be your capital in the future. Pu Guanshan repeatedly agreed. Chapter 890. Yun Piaoliu and Feng Wuhan were full of joy. They looked at each other and saw the pride in each other's eyes. As long as the people in Baishan City did not leak the information, even the 8 guards would not know that they were dealing with Suishao Duo. In this way, they did not have to worry about any leakage. At such a critical juncture, the 2 of them did not even trust their own guards. What if one of them was a subordinate of the other guys in the family? Just one tip-off, and we'll lose everything on our side. How could they leak the opportunity to reach the top? The great cause, the peak of eternity. In any case, no matter how careful they were, they could not be too careful. When the time came, they only needed to command them to deal with the others. Summon our guards, Yi Zichin said. Okay. Keep it a secret on your side. I don't need you to tell me that. The 4 of them began to send messages to the guards waiting outside. After all, it was taboo for them to cause trouble in Baishan City when the 2 continents were still in an alliance. But now, they did not care about any taboo. As long as they killed the person with the token of favor, this huge achievement would be enough to cover any flaws. After everything was arranged, Yun Piaoliu smiled and transmitted a message to Feng Wuhan. The operation is about to begin. Brother Feng, shouldn't we come up with a better name for this battle plan? Maybe it will become a legend. Feng Wuhan transmitted a message to Yun Piaoliu. How about the 9 Heavens Plan? Ha ha ha. Good name. Good. Brother Feng, let us brothers start from this plan. And go straight to the 9 heavens. If this plan succeeds, in the next tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, you and I will be in charge of the wind and cloud families. When the time comes, please advise and cooperate with us. Ha ha ha. What advice? You and I will work together. Our 2 families will cooperate more. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Pu Guanshan was answering phone calls almost continuously. Jade Sun High Martial Arts rushed here excitedly. Of course, they had to do something on the way. They reported everything that needed to be reported and reported everything that needed to be reported. All the related departments were reported. The case of Baishan City suddenly became a hot topic. Although only the higher-ups knew about this matter, there were already many people who knew about it. Naturally, there were many calls to Mount Puguan. What is going on at Mount Puguan? At the same time, the students of Jade Sun High Martial Arts were also making a ruckus online. All of the teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy were mobilized. Naturally, the students knew about it, and they couldn't just sit back and do nothing. The people in Shuai's company were instructed by their boss. Of course, they had to take advantage of the situation and fan the flames. They wanted to make the situation as big as possible. For a moment, Baishan City, which had always been lonely, suddenly became popular. If anything happens, release him immediately. This was a message from Guangdong's Shield headquarters to Mount Puguan. Moreover, there were already investigators rushing over. But at this point, how could Pu Guanshan let him go? No matter if it was Yun Piaoliu or Pu Guanshan himself, they would never let him go. Letting him go was tantamount to admitting guilt. Now, Yu Moyan was the only one outside. Even if the facts were clear, the words of a lowly person didn't carry much weight. The other related people were all in Baishan City. Even if Yu Moyan was alone, his power was limited. Especially when he couldn't provide any concrete evidence. However, there was still pressure. Yun Piaoliu and the others naturally snorted at the pressure of Mount Puguan. Pressure. Even if we crush you to death now, we won't let you go. The anger of the whole world couldn't be compared to our Green Cloud Road and our 9 Heavens Plan. Don't worry, Mountain Lord Pu. It would be better if it was only limited to arguing on the internet. Arguing on the internet is enough to delay for a while, enough for us to finish this hunt. Yun Piaoliu smiled faintly. Besides, the memory of the public is always short. There are countless topics in this world that can divert their attention. Just continue arguing. As we continue, those who are just here to watch the show will slowly leave because it has nothing to do with them. This kind of thing can't be stirred up in a short period of time without any evidence. As long as we can delay for a while and finish this thing, we can make a few corrupt officials fall from power and stars cheat. Naturally, the curiosity of those people will be attracted. So, what we need to deal with now is still the life and death of Zhuo Xiaoduo and Yu Moyin. At least for now, we still have the upper hand. The bigger fist is the bigger reason. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, it's just a storm on the internet. What can it do? If they can create a storm on the internet, we can also guide them. Yun Piaoliu ordered Mount Puguan. Go, post a post. Post it with your official status. Just write it like this. Remember, don't mention the names Zhuo Xiaoduo and Yu Moyin. Just this and this. Will do. Yun Piaoliu was very clear. If Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others' names appeared on the post, the situation would become a different matter. And it would definitely attract the attention of some higher-ups. Then it would be out of control. After a while, a post about Mount Puguan appeared on the internet. The bitter cold land, guarded for 100 years. The wind was cold and the snow was everywhere. The air became clouds, the water became ice. In the extreme cold, it was extremely harsh. I don't dare to claim credit for myself. I only ask for a 7-foot body to contribute to the country. I don't ask for fame. I only hope that my heart of loyalty can reach the heavens. As a martial artist, I don't have any great wish in this life. If I can protect a piece of peace with my own strength, if I can protect a piece of peace with my hot blood, then we can live a life of honor. However, we have worked hard for 100 years. We ate ice and slept in the snow. We have suffered such injustice. Where is the justice? We don't dare to call ourselves heroes. We don't dare to call ourselves warriors. However, our hearts are as cold as the snow on the White Mountain. Do you think you deserve to be wronged and slandered like this? Do you think you deserve to be slandered like this? We are men of the ice and snow. We don't know how the internet works. We don't know how evil people are. But, I have to ask, where is the evidence? Where is the justice? Where is the justice? Where is the human heart? Where is the law? Mount Puguan, leading 5,000 soldiers of Baishan City, posted with sorrow. We don't ask for a clear name. We hope that we have a clear conscience. Right or wrong, Baishan City will not comment on it. We will not argue. The turbid waves surge to the sky. I hope that the world will be clear. Black and white are inverted. I hope that the world will be shaken. Baishan City's post was also reposted all over the internet in a short time. Zhuo Shuai's company was still creating public opinion to suppress Baishan City. However, Baishan City was also using various means. This time, it was different from the previous one-sided situation. Because of the involvement of the internet forces under the Dao League, some forces were hinting at the situation. Slowly, Mount Puguan's post became the mainstream of the world's internet. In an extremely short period of time, it was the top trending topic. Everyone who saw it was in an uproar. Countless people's eyes turned red. They felt that a good man like Baishan City was being slandered by an internet clown. It was too heartbreaking. It shouldn't be like this. Therefore, the public was in an uproar. A war between the two sides broke out on the internet. Countless keyboard warriors were fighting at night. Their fighting spirit was high. They felt their blood boiling, and their hearts were filled with righteousness. They posted under their real names, saying that they wanted to seek justice for Baishan City. The internet was in an uproar. The two sides were evenly matched. Shuai's company had just released the Shi Yunfeng series of movies. Their reputation among the netizens was already at its peak. This time, with the support of Jade's Sun High martial arts, their fighting power was naturally strong. On the other hand, although Baishan City's side had a large number of people, and their strength was also impressive, their performance was unusually messy. Sometimes, they would suddenly burst out and fight evenly with their opponents, but most of the time, they would be suppressed by their opponents. Some of the calls and evidence found from the computer network of Wang Qinghua and the other 3 teachers who colluded with Baishan City were posted on the internet. Immediately, they had an overwhelming advantage. However, countless people on the other side started to clamor at the right time. Isn't it easy to fake these things? 2 people can change their online names and give you a bunch of fake things just by chatting. Then, everyone swarmed over to discuss whether these were photoshopped or not, and other technical issues. So, countless technical experts and industry experts started to show up and say. All in all, the situation was getting more and more chaotic. It was unprecedented. In Baishan City, Yun Piaoliu smiled faintly as he looked at the new posts on the computer. He smiled and said to Pu Guanshan, "See. As long as we use the right methods, these idiots will be willing to be used by you and me. This is also a force. Although it's the force of idiots and can't last long, in modern society, it's a waste not to use this force of idiots. As long as we use it properly, this force of idiots will do great things for us." Yun Piaoliu pointed at the computer screen and laughed. "After we use this force, we'll get great benefits. We don't even need to thank them. These idiots will naturally comfort themselves. Then, those who want to eat instant noodles will eat instant noodles, and those who want to carry bricks will carry bricks. They will be full of pride and accomplishment. We're the guiding light in their spiritual world. Pooh, you have to learn from us. This is the main theme of the world now. We have to keep up with the times to deal with many unexpected situations. People who are condemned by thousands of people will die without a disease. A sharp tongue like a knife can kill people without a trace." This saying has been around since ancient times, but it's the most realistic and practical one now. Chapter 891. Pu Guanshan nodded his head repeatedly. He was extremely excited, feeling as if a brand new door had opened in front of him. Young Master Yun is right, I will definitely study this method properly in the future. I really didn't see it before, but these idiots are actually so energetic, falling for it with just a few words. Ha ha ha. Yun Piaoliu and the others all laughed. We are very familiar with this kind of thing. No matter what they want to get, they just have to create a wave on the internet. Give the target a bad name and quickly hype up the topic. Then, there will naturally be too many people swarming in. They'll hype it up even more than we do. Especially since they won't get anything. They will wait until we have gotten it for a long time. And then they will continue to create a hot topic. Instead, it often forces us to make up stories about celebrities cheating on each other that everyone likes to hear and see, to attract attention. But every time I do this kind of operation, I always feel refreshed. It's a sense of superiority in terms of intelligence. It's like I can flip the world upside down with a wave of my hand, and turn the sun and moon flat with a flip of my hand. It feels so good. Feng Wuhan laughed. So every time we do this kind of thing, we don't want others to do it for us. We have to do it ourselves. Only then will it feel good. Ha ha ha. Pu Guanshan also laughed. Young Master Yun and young Master Feng have such unique hobbies. So, since we don't know the truth, we don't need to care about the people on the internet for now. Yun Piaoliu said lightly, the internet has reached this stage. It means that we have finished dealing with it on the internet. After that, we will go back to the original track, which is to solve the target with violence. In the end, we will have to end it in a battle of life and death. We will use the blood and lives of one of them to end this matter completely. Yun Piaoliu stood up dispiritedly. Has everyone returned to White Mountain City? Yes, they have. Let's see what they will do next. Yun Piaoliu said lightly, our people are in position. Now we need to pay special attention to the city gate. I think if they want to make a move, they will choose that place first. After all, the city gate has been smashed once and it hasn't been fixed yet. It is a good opportunity. Okay. At this time, the people from Jade's Sun High Marshal had already arrived, but they were stopped by Umo Yen. How is it now? The old principal's hair was white as snow, and his gaze was anxious. Principal, teacher, please calm down for the time being. My brothers and I have already arrived. We are discussing how to save Yen. Umoyan said in a deep voice, I can't explain the details to you. Sister Chow, please explain. Gao Chow stepped forward with a big smile on her face. Here's the situation now. We need your help. If we want to get the result we want, save Sister Yen, and punish White Mountain City, we can't do that without your help. But I hope you can understand that we don't need to make unnecessary sacrifices. Gao Chow was naturally eloquent. Even in the aspect of ideological work, he had an advantage over Li Chenglong. His ability was outstanding. As he spoke, the hot-blooded Jade Sun martial teachers slowly calmed down. Luo Yenling and Duga Yushu's anxious mood gradually eased. The main thing now is that 2 wings against hearts. But Yu Moyan is outside now, and only Sister Yen, is inside. As long as the 2 of them don't fall into White Mountain City's hands, White Mountain City won't dare or bear to kill Yen, So, even if they want to kill Sister Yen, they have to wait until they catch Yu Moyan. So for now, Sister Yen, is still safe. Although Luo Yenling was still anxious, when she heard that her daughter should still be alive, and that the other party needed both of them alive, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. The situation they were most afraid of was that the other party would kill their daughter. Even if they killed the other party, their daughter still wouldn't be able to come back. As for the rescue operation, we've already begun. When we need your help later, please don't hesitate to help. After all, we are only students, and some things may not be considered thoroughly. Even though Li Chenglong, who is in command now, has the reputation of being a great strategist, we still need your help. Gao Qiao smiled sweetly. This reputation of being a great strategist was given to Gao Qiao by Li Chenglong himself after deliberating for a long time. It was to make these people feel at ease. As soon as he said this, more than half of the people heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone here was a teacher of a high school of martial arts. How could they not know how awesome the evaluation of the military advisor of the generation in the 3 touch and 5 reviews was? If a student in a high martial arts school had the reputation of being a great strategist, the teachers would even be in awe and reverence. He had been teaching for his entire life, but he had never met a student who was as good as him. With such a brain, it must be more useful than one's own brain. Almost everyone was thinking this way, and it was precisely because people shared the same thoughts, and their hearts shared the same reasoning. With a great strategist overseeing this battle, we can rest assured. The old principal was the first to express his opinion. There was nothing to be worried about. With a talented student who had the reputation of being a great strategist, even if their combat power was not enough, they could still rely on wisdom to overcome it. Also, we have the help of the patrols from the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Our boss is invincible among those below the Sky Realm. Even ordinary Sky Realm cultivators are no match for our boss. And the Nine Heavens Pavilion's patrol master, Zwolingnian, is even more powerful than our boss. Gao Qiao smiled sweetly and said, in addition, the public opinion has been stirred up. I believe that the most anxious one is not our side, but White Mountain City. Because the longer it drags on, the more likely the higher-ups will intervene. If such a situation really happens, there is almost no need to fight this battle. At this point, the anxious atmosphere of the teachers had completely calmed down. Everyone only needed to wait and see how the plan would be carried out. In fact, the real reason why they had not really carried out the plan until now was because Gao Qiao and Li Chenglong were both waiting. Waiting quietly. They did not believe that such a big matter related to the geniuses who had entered the secret realm for training. Moreover, more than 10 super geniuses had all gathered here. Moreover, when this matter happened, they had already reported it to the higher-ups through Yi Chongqing that how could the higher-ups not pay attention to it and not take corresponding actions. If the higher-ups paid attention to it, this matter would be resolved very quickly. White Mountain City could be flattened easily. Tizhua Xiaoduo and the others, several Sky Realm cultivators and many Zenith-level divine retainers were certainly difficult to deal with. However, to the higher-ups of Astral Souls, it was still not worth a mention. Li Chenglong would never be arrogant, but he would not belittle himself either. In Li Chenglong and Gao Qiao's hearts, they were both strongly confident that the higher-ups must know about this matter. Therefore, they would definitely take corresponding actions. Both of them were full of confidence. However, what was unexpected was that after waiting and waiting, there was no news at all. This made Li Chenglong and Gao Qiao, who had always boasted of being smart and intelligent, somewhat dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was no one doing anything? Li Chenglong even called Yi Chongqing to express his confusion. How could this matter be ignored? Even if it was due to bureaucratic behavior, wasn't it too unreasonable? Yi Chongqing was also puzzled about this, so he naturally called to ask. Then, he received a reply. Was the matter of a group of students so serious? Yi Chongqing was so angry that he almost ran over. He called Li Chenglong back. Can you handle it yourselves? What could Li Chenglong say? He could only say, if we can't handle it, we'll ask the principal for help. Yi Chongqing agreed angrily. It was very stifling. What did Marshal Nan mean? Did he not care? Or did he intend to let these children experience hardships? Although Yi Chongqing was angry and worried, he had more or less guessed Marshal Nan's thoughts. Although it was not accurate, it was not far off. However, Li Chenglong really could not understand the so-called operation of the higher-ups. This is too strange. Li Chenglong and Gao Qiao stared at each other. They did not know what to do with the current situation. In fact, what they did not understand was this place had become the center of a storm. If it was only the matter of Yu Moyan and Du Guyen, this matter would have been resolved long ago. Yu Moyan and Du Guyen would either be dead or Baishan City would be wiped out. These were all things that could be resolved by raising a hand. However, the moment Hua Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others set off, the nature of the matter changed instantly. At least 4 people among the higher-ups of the mainland cast their eyes on this place. The Marshal of the North, Bai Gonghao. The Marshal of the South, Nan Jingqian. The King of Zhuolu, Yun Zhonghu, and his wife, the Inspector of Astral Souls, Baiyun Fairy, Baiyun Duo. It was important to emphasize that Baiyun Fairy, Baiyun Duo, had a high status. Although she did not take on any military duties, the title of the Inspector of Astral Souls made her famous in the entire mainland of the Astral Souls. She was one of the giants with real power in the astral souls. Although this patrol envoy position was only a part-time job in some ways, it was still a part-time job. This was because this couple was together almost all the time. They patrolled wherever they went. This also led to the fact that the dignified king of Swallow of astral souls, to some extent, seemed to be the inspector's follower. Let's cut to the chase. In short, on the surface, the white-haired mountain was extremely calm. It seemed that no one cared about it. However, in fact, it had already become the focus of attention. Chapter 892. The higher-ups haven't taken any action yet. Li Chenglong said, "This means that we have to solve this matter ourselves." After waiting for another 2 hours, Li Chenglong also vaguely understood the meaning of the higher-ups and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I'm afraid. The higher-ups want to see how well we can deal with it." Sigh. Li Chenglong sighed. There were too many geniuses. He actually didn't consider this point just now. If he were the higher-ups, he would also see how good these kids were. After all, Baishan City was just an insignificant small place in the eyes of the higher-ups. Li Chenglong was a little ashamed. How could he forget to think from another perspective? However, this was a little awkward. If there was a convenient way to solve it, no one would want to waste their energy. Otherwise, they would have to fight with their lives on the line. After Li Chenglong said this, Gao Qiao suddenly understood. Yes. You're right. It would be strange if the higher-ups didn't notice that so many top seeds were sent out at once. But how we deal with it and how capable we are is what the higher-ups should pay attention to. It's not that they don't want to interfere, but they don't want to interfere. Gao Qiao's words made her smile. On the other side, Long Yuxing, Li Qingming, Wan Lixiu, and the others were all dumbfounded. Why is it that I can understand individual words, but not when they are put together? Do you even understand what you're saying? Obviously, Gao Qiao could understand. But Long Yuxing and the others were used to the situation. As long as Sui Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were together, the others didn't need to bring their brains out. Sui, it seems that we still have to take action. Li Chenglong said. Sui Xiaoduo glanced at him lazily. I've already told you that in the end, we have to do it ourselves, but you didn't believe me. You just have to take advantage of the situation and use other people's strength to fight against us. What is it? You always want to rely on other forces to deal with things and don't want to do it yourself. This kind of habit is not good. The essence of this world always comes down to who has the biggest fist. Sui Xiaoduo scolded, do it yourself and settle your grudges. It's such a straightforward matter. Look at how hard it is for the two of you to think about it. Li Chenglong and Gao Qiao lowered their heads and accepted the scolding without making a sound. Sui Xiaonian sat at the side and chuckled. Looking at Sui Xiaoduo displaying his authority beside her, she suddenly felt that Dogda has grown up, Dogda is so manly, Dogda is really like a man, and so on. So, you have to think about it. You have to. Sui Xiaoduo's dignified lecture suddenly stopped. Just as he was thinking about his grand and upright image in Nian Nian Cat's heart, he forgot his lines. Cough cough. Xiang Chong scratched his head and said, Boss, have you finished your performance in front of sister-in-law? Why don't we start now? Ha ha ha. Xiang Chong's fearless words immediately caused a roar of laughter. Just now, Sui Xiaoduo's pretentious, coy, and coy manner made everyone realize what this guy was trying to do. It was just that no one dared to say it. Only Xiang Chong lived up to his online nickname, Forward, and directly revealed it. Sui Xiaoduo was speechless. All right. I'm done with my pretentious act. Let's start. The first task is Swa and sister-in-law. Among us, only the two of you can face the enemy head-on. Swa, later on, you will go to the city gate and cause trouble. Kill people and face them head-on. Kill as many as you can and cause as much trouble as you can. Do your best to reduce the enemy's strength. But once the enemy appears to be a threat to you, run. Don't take risks and try to get lucky. Sister-in-law's task is to follow you secretly and ensure your safety. Once there is an uncontrollable situation, helps will block the pursuers and then escape together. Don't get caught up in the battle. Li Chenglong turned to the old principal of Jade Sun High School, Luo Yenling and Duga Yushu, and said, "Teachers of Jade Sun High School, please send out a few teachers of Mystic Realm to hold the line for Swa and sister-in-law. If Swa and sister-in-law can safely retreat, then the team holding the line must not be exposed. If an accident happens, the two of them will have to rely on the teachers to save their lives." The old principal took a deep breath and said, "All right. Our Jade Sun High School." He coughed and said, "How about sending out 3 Mystic Realm cultivators to hold the line?" When the old principal said this, he was ashamed and a little embarrassed to say it. Because in the whole of Jade Sun High School, including the old principal, there were only 3 Mystic Realm cultivators. That's enough. Li Chenglong was in high spirits. "Thank you for your full support, old principal." The old principal coughed and blushed slightly. "You're welcome." For a moment, even though he had been around for a lifetime and had spoken for a lifetime, he felt a little speechless. After all, the moment he opened his mouth, he wanted Mystic Realm cultivators to hold the line. He didn't even mention anything about Imperial Spirit transformation. Looking at the others, each of them was at least at the high level of cloud transformation. Moreover, they were all super geniuses who could fight above their level. His own strength was really not enough to deal with them. "Don't embarrass yourself, it's ugly." Then the rest of you, split into 2 groups. Gao Qiao, Yu Yan, you two will support in the middle. I, Xiang Chong, Umo Yen, Xiang Bing will be in one group. Long Yuxing, Wanli, Xiuli, Li Changming, Pai Yi Bao, the 4 of you will be in one group. Our task is very simple. After Zhuo attracts enough attention from the front, we will attack White Mountain City from other directions. First, we will kill people. Second, we will save people. Li Chenglong also turned to look at the old principal. "Old principal, we need as many Imperial Spirit Transformation teachers as possible to hold the line and support us. Also, I hope that the teachers who are holding the line will listen to my orders. Don't rush into the battle." The old principal nodded repeatedly. No problem. He finally understood. Although Li Chenglong's plan was just to test the waters, he had the intention to massacre White Mountain City. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put killing people first and saving people second. "Sister-in-law," Li Chenglong said to Zhuo Xiaoyan, "the inspector who is following you, his surname is Jun. He is not allowed to participate in any of our operations, and he is not allowed to get any information about us." Okay. Zhuo Xiaoyan had no impression of Jun Chongkong at all. If Li Chenglong hadn't mentioned him, Zhuo Xiaoyan would have forgotten that there was such a person. After Zhuo's first operation, we will make our move after we confirm that the enemy has started to target Zhuo. Li Chenglong said, "Zhuo, your combat ability. Ahem, I heard that you made a hole in the city wall on the gate of White Mountain City." Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded. "What's wrong? Do you have doubts?" "No." Li Chenglong grinned and said, "I just want to ask you to smash a few more holes on the city wall of White Mountain City before we take action." Zhuo Xiaoduo scolded, "I know you are up to no good. You want me to work hard, so I will work hard. What are you talking about? I don't need your flattery. Boss, you are so wise. The others cheered. Okay. Suashao Duo was satisfied with his achievement, standing up in high spirits. Sister-in-law, please follow us secretly. The teachers of the mystic realm will hold the fort. Li Chenglong commanded calmly. Okay. Everyone agreed in unison and walked out side by side. Just these kids. Will it work? Luo Yenling was worried. She sent a telepathic message as she walked. The old principal sighed. Yenling, you still need to improve your judgment. Even if you are worried, you shouldn't have made such a mistake. Why? These children are only students. But their combat strength has already surpassed ours, the old principal said with a sigh. Let's not talk about other things. Before Yu Moyan came out of the trial, were you still his opponent? The old principal asked Luo Yenling. Luo Yenling blushed. Principal, what are you saying? Of course not. After Yu Moyan turned into a cloud, he was invincible in Jade Sun High School except for the old principal. This invincibility was not only invincible in the same level. Even the teachers of the mystic realm were not Yu Moyan's opponents. And Yu Moyan was only at the cloud transformation realm. And Yu Moyan has improved in these few days. I don't dare to say that I can win. The old principal transmitted his voice. Look at the group of young men and women that have arrived. Although they are all at the cloud transformation realm, but their strength is probably not lower than Umo Yan's. And, except for the two girls that have been assigned to provide support. In fact, the military advisor of this generation and the other boys, if we disregard Yu Moyan's assassination ability, their actual combat ability is much higher than Yu Moyan's. Duge Yushu and Luo Yenling sucked in a breath of cold air. Thinking about Yu Moyan's combat ability, then thinking about the combat ability of these boys and girls, they felt a sense of unimaginable shock. These 12 or 13 people are all super geniuses who can fight above their level, or even 2 levels. The old principal sighed. He felt like the water of a river was surging endlessly. And the boy who is publicly acknowledged as their boss. I'm definitely not his opponent. The old principal thought about Suashao Duo and the feeling he had towards Suashao aura. He deliberated and said, with my cultivation and combat ability, to be able to take 10 moves from their boss. I'll be lucky. His voice was heavy. Very unwilling, but it was the truth. 10 moves. Lucky? That was a feeling of being completely crushed. This was something that could be felt just by looking at his aura. Luo Yenling and Duge Yushu's jaws dropped. Suashao Duo was so powerful now. Chapter 893. As for that sister-in-law of theirs, I feel like she's even stronger than that big boss Suashao Duo. The old principal was a little confused. This is something that's completely impossible, but it's right in front of your eyes. You have no choice but to believe it. Luo Yenling and Duge Yushu were so shocked that they couldn't speak. If they didn't already know the old principal's character and knew that he wouldn't lie to them, they would almost think that this old man was bragging and flattering those kids. Moreover, it was the kind of bragging that was completely irrelevant. Do you really think that they need us to hold the line? The old principal sighed and transmitted his voice. That's just an excuse that doesn't hurt our self-esteem. They're just afraid that we'll suffer casualties. How benevolent. Are they really that powerful? Luo Yenling clicked her tongue. The old principal walked forward slowly, his face filled with endless gratification and solemnity. Unparalleled talents have gathered. The old principal sighed. Our Jade Sun Academy has to change our teaching strategy. Change our strategy? Why? Luo Yenling was puzzled. That's because you don't understand the true meaning of unparalleled talents. The true meaning. That's right. Unparalleled talents gathering can only mean one thing. A great era that's about to turn the world upside down is about to arrive. I didn't expect that I'd be able to witness the magnificence of the battle of the great powers in my lifetime. I'd even be able to witness the brilliance of a generation of geniuses up close. The old principal said softly, before the great era comes, there will definitely be countless geniuses. Astral Souls is like that, the Tao League is like that, and I believe that the Umno Alliance is like that too. Astral Souls is different from the Tao League and the Umno Alliance. Our geniuses are all in the open. On the other hand, the geniuses of the two continents are hidden. Unparalleled talents gathering, the world upside down. If it was before, it would be time for a change of dynasty. The old principal sighed softly. In the history of the continent, there were many heroes, famous generals, and strategists at the beginning of the country's founding. The flames of war rose from all directions, and the world was turned upside down, creating one immortal legend after another. And in the current martial era, one such a great era of heroes appears either. The continent is about to be unified, or the true meaning of the great war of the century is about to arrive. This is the true meaning of those words. Geniuses like Sui Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and Yu Moyan were rare in the past thousands of years, but now they're popping up in droves. Luo Yanling said worriedly, then the safety of these children. There's no need to worry about safety at all. It's not something we need to worry about. The old headmaster walked forward calmly and said in a low voice, I believe that even if all the people in White Mountain City die, these children will not be harmed at all. Yen will definitely return safely as well. Because Yen is already a member of this group of geniuses. She's already been blessed by their providence. The old principal smiled wisely. This is the great era. This was the great era. There may be twists and turns, but there will never be any harm. Even though the old principal spoke with great emotion and certainty, Luo Yanling was still skeptical of his words. Luo Yanling believed in the great era and the battle of the great powers. Now it was indeed a turbulent time. The three continents were in full swing, and the Demon Alliance's continent was about to return. Anyone with a brain knew that as long as they were alive, they would be able to see who the continent would belong to in the end. However, Sui Xiaoduo and the others were not harmed at all after this battle. Was it because of the Great Era's battle of the great powers that they were not harmed at all? Wasn't this saying too childish and too weak to stand up to scrutiny? This was a battlefield. Did the battlefield care whether you were a genius or not? Since ancient times, countless famous youths had fallen. Why were they remembered by future generations? First, they were overflowing with talent. Second, they died young. Why were Sui Xiaoduo and the others so amazing? Not only did they not die, but they also did not suffer any harm. Although Luo Yanling definitely did not want to see these children suffer any harm, even if it was just a piece of skin, her heart would ache. However, the old principal was a little superstitious. Feudal dross. Luo Yanling felt that the old principal was too wishful thinking and indulging in fantasy. However, it was naturally not convenient to talk about this at this moment. Because Sui Xiaoduo had already begun to move. Principal Han Wankue, Duga Yushu, and another vice principal of Jade Sun High Martial Arts, Shen Qingyang, quickly followed. They left Luo Yanling aside. These were the only three great experts of Jade Sun High Martial Arts who were at the mystic realm. Sui Xiaoduo walked at the front alone, taking crab steps as if he didn't recognize his friends. Sui Xiaoyan turned into ice and snow, floating high in the sky as she followed. This child is going barehanded. Duga Yushu did not understand and blurted out. Pig brain, did you take out your ring before the battle? The old principal was exasperated. It's important for you to shut up now. Follow along and watch. This might be a battle between peak geniuses that you and I will rarely see in this world. Dugayushu looked embarrassed. The three of them followed behind and had a baffling feeling. Swa's crab steps in front of them were very stylish. Looking at the way his butt was swaying, and the way his feet were splayed out, ignoring everything else, the lump in the middle definitely could not reach his left thigh or right thigh, that it was completely suspended in the air, like a pendulum with a rhythm, right? And at this moment, they were about 3,000 meters away from White Mountain City's city gates. However, they could already see the majestic city gates from afar. Oh, it seemed like half of it had collapsed. Many people from White Mountain City were repairing it. It was a bustling scene. Sua Xiaoduo stopped in his tracks. Principal, all of you just need to stay here and support me. Han Wankue said, this place is too far. Once you encounter danger, I'm afraid you won't be able to help in time. It's fine. Sua Xiaoduo said, it's just a sweep. The old principal did not say anything else. With a darkened face, he led the two vice principals to huddle in the snow. A sweep. A sweep of 3,000 meters. What the fuck? Before he could finish cursing in his heart, he saw Sua Xiaoduo's body transform into a beam of light that shot out like a bolt of lightning. This sweep was more than 3,000 meters. Following that, they heard an earth-shattering explosion. The snow wave shot up thousands of feet into the sky. The half of the city gate that was still intact shattered with the loud explosion. The entire city gate, along with a small section of the city wall nearby, collapsed. Cries of agony rang out continuously. Sua Xiaoduo's loud roar followed, watch out for my sword. Rumbling sounds, like that of dry thunder in the blue sky, continued to reverberate out. Countless figures flew up into the sky and then exploded in the air like fireworks. It seemed that Sua Xiaoduo had attacked with some unknown weapon. Even though they were 3,000 meters away, the three of them could still feel the entire White Mountain shaking under them. Damn, this kid is really fierce. Shen Qingyang clicked his tongue. The old principal, Han Wankue, and Dugayushu were also dumbfounded. Others might not know the details of White Mountain City, but Han Wankue and the others knew it very well. The city gate of White Mountain City was made of well-tempered steel that was 1.5 meters thick, and there were 2 whole pieces of it. The city wall of White Mountain City was made of countless large pieces of low-level astral souls jade stones, and it was about 5 to 6 meters thick. And this Sua Xiaoduo had destroyed the city gate with one blow. This kind of attack power. Even the three principals, who boasted of their vast knowledge and experience, could not help but feel astonished. Putting everything else aside, this alone was something that the three of them could never do. What kind of weapon is he using? I only heard him shouting, look at the sword, but this is not something that a sword can create. Shen Qingyang's mouth twitched. The old principal, Han Wankue's face twitched. If this is a sword, I will eat his sword. Look at this, it's either a hammer or a super big stick. When he said, look at the sword, it should be, look at the cheap, right? Look at the cheap. Even at such a critical moment in the battle, Dugayushu and Shen Qingyang could not help but want to laugh. Pu Guanshan's angry voice rang out in the snow. Junior! Don't you dare leave. Sua Xiaoduo's voice rang out. Leave? Why should I leave? I haven't taken your life yet, so I won't leave. The rumbling sound was like the continuous sound of the Milky Way pouring out. A mass of black and white airflow surged up into the sky. The loud sound became more and more rapid and intense, and the sound of weapons clashing could be heard continuously. From the various clashing sounds, one could tell that there was definitely more than one person fighting Sua Xiaoduo. Snow filled the sky, and the accumulated snow rose into the sky. There were also people flying into the air and exploding into pieces. For a moment, the gate of White Mountain City was like hell on earth, and the end of the world. There was only one person fighting there, but it was like thousands of soldiers and horses were fighting at the same time, and there were continuous sounds of self-destruction. The earth trembled. Avalanches occurred in countless places on Whitehead Mountain. Black marks appeared on the snow-white head mountain, but it was the mountain's natural color. Do we have to go? Shen Qingyang's lips were a little pale. Not to mention anything else, just by hearing these sounds, the three of them knew in their hearts, with such a commotion, if the three of them rushed up, it would be useless. Not to mention helping, they were not even qualified to block the blade. They would be cannon fodder, or even a burden. At this moment, a clear and long howl suddenly rang out, piercing through the clouds, splitting the blue sky, and exploding into the sea of clouds. It was full of energy, and a murderous aura. It was Sua Xiaoduo's voice. Sua Xiaoduo laughed loudly. Today, in the Battle of White Mountain, I, Sua Xiaoduo, fought against thousands alone. It is really a happy thing in life. Unrivaled and unrestrained, my 10,000 miles journey was not in vain. In this situation, I can't help but want to recite a poem. Chapter 894. Sua Xiaoduo's voice sounded triumphant and high-spirited. It also sounded like he was pretending to be something. The old principal and the other two couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. What the fuck? In such a dangerous situation, you should run for your life and pretend to be something. Sua Xiaoduo recited, Iron Fist young master, Sua Xiaoduo, came to the den of thieves today and punched them one by one, making them tremble. There are many rats in White Mountain City. You should kneel down and beg for your life, or you'll be in a pot of boiling oil. Iron Fist young master, you're so awesome. Today I see blackheads in the White Mountain, tomorrow I'll drink and be happy. Good poem. Good poem. Sua Xiaoduo laughed out loud as he wantonly brandished his twin hammers to battle by Shan. Pu Guanshan shouted angrily and joined forces with the other vice mayor to attack Sua Xiaoduo. However, they couldn't defeat Sua Xiaoduo in a short time. Now that they heard Sua Xiaoduo's pretentious words, they were furious. They shouted and ordered the other masters of White Mountain City to join the battle. Countless experts from White Mountain City were gathering in this direction. Also, when the 8 hidden guards were about to attack, they suddenly heard Sua Xiaoduo's poem. The 3 words Sua Xiaoduo suddenly entered his ears. Everyone was stunned. Master of the Order of Human Favor. They stopped in their tracks. The 4 young masters looked at each other and frowned slightly. Yun Piaoliu immediately sent a message to them. Order of silence. That's right. Feng Wuhan replied immediately. The 2 of them sent messages to their guards. The 8 Sky Sword protectors all had complicated expressions on their faces, but they still nodded in the end. The masters of White Mountain City attacked desperately. In an instant, Sua Xiaoduo felt the pressure getting heavier and heavier. He suddenly let out a long roar and shouted, Watch my heaven extinction earth annihilation art. The 2 hammers collided with each other. With a boom, the yin and yang energy rose and filled the sky. It was an extremely familiar stance. Every time this happened, Sua Xiaoduo would use his killer move. Mount Puguan had already suffered a few losses. At this moment, when he saw the situation, he subconsciously turned around and retreated, intending to avoid the sharp edge. Sua Xiaoduo let out a long roar and suddenly broke out of the encirclement. Wherever he passed, people were thrown off their feet and horses were thrown into the air. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed hundreds of meters away. Shameless! Pu Guanshan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. When he retreated just now, it was equivalent to giving Xiaoduo space. The other Vice City Lord almost wanted to curse at this moment. They had finally joined forces with Pu Guanshan to push Xiaoduo into a disadvantageous position. But in the end, Xiaoduo's hammers collided with each other. Pu Guanshan had actually retreated, and the encirclement had collapsed. The advantage that they had obtained with great difficulty had been given away, that although he wanted to retreat just now, he didn't succeed. He didn't retreat as fast as Mount Pu Guanshan. But the result of Mount Pu Guanshan's retreat was that he had to bear all of Xiaoduo's attacks alone. Although Xiaoduo's true cultivation wasn't very high, but his true cultivation wasn't equal to the battle strength he was displaying. The power of the pair of hammers was unimaginable. Each hammer had the strength of several million jin. He really didn't know how this kid did it. Just now, when Pu Guanshan suddenly retreated, he had to bear the brunt of that ferocious attack. He almost suffered internal injuries, so he had no choice but to retreat a little. But when he retreated, Xiaoduo, who was reciting poems, acting cool, actually turned around and fled. Damn it! The Deputy City Lord was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Xiaoduo retreated several hundred meters, but he didn't escape. Instead, he turned around and ran to the other side of White Mountain City. Because of his speed, he seemed to have turned into a white light. A moment later, there was another loud bang. The two hammers fiercely smashed on the other side of White Mountain City's city wall. After the bang, another big hole appeared. Xiaoduo didn't stop. He continued to smash 7 or 8 times, expanding the hole to 70 or 80 meters. Then, he continued to escape along the city wall. Seeing this scene, Mount Pu Guanshan was so angry that his mouth was crooked. However, he was still a Skysoar realm cultivator. He quickly chased after him and prepared to attack with his sword. However, at this moment, an unforeseen event occurred. An extremely cold aura appeared in the air, and his sword appeared out of nowhere. The sword light was eerie, and it was already close to his throat. This sudden change scared Mount Pu Guanshan so much that his soul almost left his body. His body suddenly stopped, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, he waved the sword in his hand, and the spiritual energy in his body suddenly erupted. Crack! Mount Pu Guanshan's sword was instantly cut in half. A bloody light rushed out, and a bloody hole appeared on Mount Pu Guanshan's shoulder. However, with the slight obstruction of the sword, Mount Pu Guanshan managed to dodge the sword that was aimed at his throat, and he only suffered a minor injury. No, the cold energy in his shoulder had penetrated his body through the wound. Mount Pu Guanshan cultivated a cold attribute cultivation technique, but his extreme cold attribute cultivation technique, which he had always been proud of, was not on the same level as the cold energy that came out of nowhere. Half of his body was instantly turned into a block of ice, and his movement became even slower. Fortunately, several powerful cultivators of White Mountain City had rushed to his rescue, and the Deputy City Lord also came to his rescue. They blocked the sword that was chasing after him, and they also blocked the woman with the white veil who suddenly appeared. Otherwise, the City Lord of White Mountain City would have suffered a great loss. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't feel good. The sword in Xiaoyan's hand flashed across the sky. Wherever the sword light passed, it was filled with cold energy. Facing the powerful cultivators of White Mountain City, Xiaoyan didn't retreat at all. Instead, she launched a powerful attack. Puff, puff, puff. 3 people fell to the ground without any warning. Not only did they fall to the ground, but they also turned into ice sculptures. That was the ultimate ice that could freeze even the soul. The 3 people were frozen by Xiaoyan's sword qi, which broke through the seal of their vitality and directly penetrated into their blood vessels. Their bodies were immediately frozen stiff, and they were already dead. Such a strong attack only lasted for half a minute, but Zhuxiaoyan already felt that the pressure was getting stronger and stronger, and it was almost beyond her limit. She immediately jumped up and floated back. She was in midair, but she blended into the ice and snow in the sky, and then disappeared without a trace. In the short time that Zhuxiaoyan blocked the attack, Zhuxiao Duo continued to show his power, and the two hammers continued to smash down fiercely. He had dug out a total of 6 holes with a radius of about 100 meters on the wall of White Mountain City. On average, one hole was 2,000 meters, and it was extremely accurate, as if he had measured it with a ruler. At this moment, he was digging out the 7th hole, and it had already taken shape. In the blink of an eye, he had already hammered 7 or 8 holes, and the 7th hole was completed. Catch them. Quickly catch them. Pu Guanshan was, after all, a Skysoar realm expert, and he cultivated a cold attribute cultivation technique. He quickly recovered and rushed over like a crazy demon. My White Mountain City. My White Mountain City that I have worked hard to manage my entire life. At this moment, it had already turned into a sieve filled with holes everywhere. On the east side of the city wall, including the city gate, there were 8 holes. Furthermore, that goddamn Zhuxiao Duo was still smashing the 9th hole, and he was continuously hammering. Zhuxiao Duo had finally smashed what he believed to be the 9th hole. And what Pu Guanshan believed to be the 10th hole. He shouted, "Motherfucker! I've already dug 9 holes today. Perfect cultivation technique. Retreat." With a loud laugh, the Heavenly Origin evasion technique was activated, and under Guanshan's sword, he turned into a flash of white light and left. Chase! Pu Guanshan almost vomited blood. You can't chase, City Lord. Guanshan hurriedly stopped him. The opponent still has other experts. Be careful not to lure the dragon into danger and lure the enemy in. Pu Guanshan was about to go crazy from anger. Scoundrels Zhuxiao Duo, if you have the ability, don't run, come out and fight me. From afar, Zhuxiao's arrogant and despotic voice could be heard. Scoundrel Pu Guanshan, if you have the guts, come out and fight me. If I can't beat the shit out of you, then I'll consider you not eating pig's blood. That clamoring voice gradually faded away, making Pu Guanshan so angry that his whole body was trembling, his body was shaking like a sieve. Bastard! Wait until I catch you, I will definitely skin you alive, break your bones, and cut you into pieces. It was a pity that Zhuxiao Duo was already far away. Of course, even if he heard it, he wouldn't care. Who would listen to the barking of a stray dog? And a dog with a rotten home seemed to be more appropriate. It's over. Old Principal Han Wankue crawled out from the snow with a bleak expression. How was it? I told you that you don't need us. You let us hold the fort. It was purely to protect our reputation. Sigh. Duge Yushu was speechless and said, this can also be called holding the formation. We were lying in ambush in the east waiting for support, but in the end, this young master directly fought to the northeast, and then ran from there. He didn't come back at all. What kind of holding the formation is this? It was an eye-opener. Vice Principal Shen Qingyang coughed and said, then we have completed our task. Shall we go back now? Hearing this, the 3 of them were collectively speechless for a long time. What a fearsome young man. In the following day and night, Zhuxiao Duo attacked continuously without any pattern. Under Li Chenglong's plan, he attacked continuously from all directions. The sturdy city walls of White Mountain City that had stood for a long time were smashed by Zhuxiao Duo in all directions, from top to bottom, front to back, with almost 100 big holes. In the beginning, the people of White Mountain City tried to repair it, but as more and more holes appeared, it was gradually impossible to repair it. Whenever Swiss Duo passed by and saw that the hole that he had spent so much effort smashing was repaired, he would be enraged and smash the hole into smithereens with a casual hammer strike. Pu Guanshan was furious at this situation, unable to restrain his anger. But in the face of Swiss Duo's shadowless and untraceable tactics, there was nothing he could do about it. There was nothing he could do. In the beginning, Swiss Duo would fight with him from time to time. But later on, he stopped fighting and ran away as soon as he saw people coming. Fighting is a waste of time. I'm not here to fight, I'm here to dig holes. Chapter 895. However, Swiss Duo's speed was simply too fast. Even a Skysoar realm expert couldn't keep up with him. This point was really depressing to the point of death. Empty Pugwanshan couldn't catch up to him. He felt as though his heart and liver were swollen from anger. What movement technique is that? What movement technique is that? Yun Piaoliu and the others had been observing Swiss Duo's movements for a long time. With just a thought, he would turn into a white streak and disappear. They had to wait for him to reappear before they could determine his next location. This kind of extreme speed, this kind of miraculous escape technique, caused these 4 young people from the super clans to be completely shocked. Something's not right. His movement speed is too abnormal. One of the guards beside the 4 young men who hadn't made a move all this while frowned and said, "In the entire continent, there are no more than 5 types of movement techniques that can achieve such speed. No matter what kind of origin it is, it shouldn't have anything to do with this little guy with no background." As he spoke, the 8 of them looked at the 4 young masters with strange gazes. A little fellow with no background. Yun Piaoliu chuckled. He didn't bother explaining. Everyone knew what was going on. It was meaningless to put it bluntly. Since you've pointed me out, I'll point you out as well. It was better to keep it a secret. Which types? All the top movement techniques in the world are in the hands of the peak experts of the 3 continents. I really don't know their names and origins. The Skysoar realm expert sweated. Young master, you're really overestimating me by asking me about this. If I knew about this, would I still be your guard if I was so knowledgeable? How could we possibly know about this? Perhaps you might know, but it's impossible for us to know. But this is really a trap. We're your guards, but we actually watched you kill the person on the token of kindness. That's too strange. We've really been tricked to death. If Swiss Duo dies, Empty Pugwanshan and Baishan City will naturally be your first targets. But if they're dissatisfied, the 8 of us will be your second target. That's for sure. Can you not be so deceitful? Too fast. Feng Wuhan said. What I'm concerned about now is when Swiss Duo first appeared, who suddenly appeared to cover for him and almost killed the white-clothed woman on Mount Puguan with a single sword strike. Who was that? Yun Piaoliu frowned. That woman is definitely young. She's not even at the Skysoar realm yet, but her combat strength is already above Skysoar realm cultivators. Even ordinary Skysoar realm experts aren't his match. Feng Wuhan said, "There's no need to think so much. It must be someone who was recently added to the favor token." Swishounian. Yun Piaoliu's eyes lit up. Is she Swiss Duo's sister, Swishounian? She's his fiancée, right? Feng Wuyi asked with uncertainty. It said that she's the #1 beauty in the 3 continents. Yun Piaoliu licked his lips and said, "I don't know how beautiful she is. I really don't know." However, this title of #1 beauty is a rumor that spread after the 3 continents' top echelons met Swishounian. Whether it's true or not, we'll have to wait until we see her true appearance before we can conclude. What's the point of saying that? The top echelons have seen so many beauties in their lives. They wouldn't even look at ordinary beauties. They would only take a second look at those who can make them feel that they are breathtaking at first sight. Zhuo Xiaonian's beauty is beyond the realm of breathtaking at first sight. That's why no one doubts the title of number one beauty. Yun Piaoliu's thoughts wandered. I wonder what she looks like. If we can capture Zhuo Xiaonian. Even if we do, would you dare to do it? Feng Wuhan sneered at Yun Piaoliu. Yun Piaoliu coughed and said with a bitter smile, I wouldn't dare. If there's a chance, I might dare to kill her. However, I wouldn't dare to do it. The four disciples of the big families nodded with a bitter smile. That was the truth. Killing the masters of the Order of Favor, or the battle was an accident. However, the masters of the Order of Favor all had powerful backgrounds and special ties. If they killed them in a humiliating way, then, even the 7 swords of the Tao League wouldn't protect them if the top leaders of the enemy came to them. But the situation is getting more and more complicated. Yun Piaoliu said, if it's just Zhuo Xiaoduo, the plan would work. But now there's Zhuo Xiaonian, and Zhuo Xiaoduo is still using the rogue tactic of avoiding battles and destroying cities. Pu Guanshan can't do anything about it, let alone killing Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian. Besides, with Zhuo Xiaonian here, our plan to kill Zhuo Xiaoduo will be very difficult. Zhuo Xiaonian alone is enough to defeat Pu Guanshan. She can even kill him directly. If Pu Guanshan fights Zhuo Xiaoduo alone, he might have the upper hand. If the fight goes on, he might even be able to kill Zhuo Xiaoduo. But Pu Guanshan won't be able to defeat Zhuo Xiaonian. Yun Piaoliu frowned and said, the situation is getting more and more troublesome. Feng Wuhan said calmly, is it because Pu Guanshan doesn't have many friends in the Guangdong area? What? Yun Piaoliu turned around abruptly. Feng Wuhan's words reminded him of something. The current situation was under their control, so it didn't escalate too much. At least, the top leaders didn't know the truth. But here, the situation was like a raging fire. The situation was very dangerous. If Pu Guanshan invited some friends to help him, it was very possible. This way, works. On the other side, Pu Guanshan felt like fucking a dog. You want me to find friends? I don't have any friends. My friends were all taken by me to be the vice mayor, and now one of them is dead, probably from the second half of the night. Baishan City was suddenly plunged into an unprecedented chaos. People kept entering Baishan City through various holes. As long as they got in or killed 1 or 2 people, they would leave immediately. They wouldn't kill more people. Or they would destroy a few houses and retreat immediately. Li Chenglong gave each person a time to attack, which was only 10 seconds. Every time you attack, you only have 10 seconds from the time you enter Baishan City to the time you come out. If you don't come out in 10 seconds, Zhua and his wife will come to the rescue. 10 seconds. Destroy whatever you can in 10 seconds. Destroy as much as you can. Kill people if you can. Kill dogs if you can't. Just do whatever you want. Don't be greedy. Don't be greedy. When it was almost dawn, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian went to the top of Baishan City, which was a few thousand meters high. They went all the way to the center of the mountain. Then, they violently smashed into the mountain, causing the mountain to shake violently. They directly created a super huge avalanche. The people below were fighting, while the people above were fighting. The ice and snow that hadn't melted for tens of thousands of years flooded the entire Baishan City like a tsunami. The entire Baishan City was covered with ditches and rivers, and some even overflowed. More than half of the originally hole-filled city walls had collapsed in this avalanche. After this avalanche, it could be said that Baishan City was completely destroyed. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo stood in the sky. Whenever someone poked their head out of the snow, a hexagram would fly over. The hexagram was a great deal of profit. This situation continued until a Skysoar realm expert blasted away the snow and soared into the sky to fight with Zhuoxiao Duo. Only then did the battle come to an end. However, the sudden appearance of this Skysoar realm cultivator also gave Zhuoxiao Duo a fright. There were actually other Skysoar realm experts in Baishan City. This was really beyond Zhuoxiao Duo's expectation. After such a long time, only Pu Guanshan and Guan Shanhe came out to fight. Zhuoxiao Duo almost instinctively thought that there were only 2 Skysoar realm experts in Baishan City. He never expected that there would be a third one. However, Zhuoxiao Duo was still puzzled. If there were other Skysoar realm experts, why didn't they come out earlier? If the 3 Skysoars surrounded him earlier, even if they couldn't kill him, they would have made him flustered and battered. How would he have the time to destroy Baishan City? Holding more than 200 hexagrams in his hand, Zhuoxiao Duo was still puzzled. It was also because of this concern that Zhuoxiao Duo announced a day of rest after 3 days of fighting to let them take a breather. After that, Zhuoxiao Duo and Zhuoxiaonian took the opportunity to enter the spatial extermination tower to cultivate bitterly for 2 months. Yes, it was only 1 day and 1 night in the real world. The sudden appearance of the Skysoar realm experts who hadn't made a move yet gave Zhuoxiao Duo a sudden sense of crisis, as if he smelled a conspiracy. Zhuoxiao Duo, who had always been cautious, had more scruples after the Skysoar's attack. During the 2 months of cultivation in the spatial extermination tower, Zhuoxiao Duo pushed his cultivation base to the peak of the cloud transformation realm in one go and suppressed his true yuan 19 times at the same time. Zhuoxiaonian naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. She used the supreme grade jade of astral souls to increase her cultivation base to the peak of the god-reigning realm and suppressed her true yuan 16 times at the same time. Since they smelled a conspiracy, the two didn't dare to waste any time. Other than cultivating, they were also exchanging pointers. Although Zhuoxiao Duo was restless and eager to get closer to his lover, during this period of time, he only kissed and touched her. He only asked for more than 10 times. As for dancing, he only danced once. Zhuoxiao Duo expressed his regret about this and said with certainty that he would make it up to her the next time. However, when the two talked about it, they couldn't understand each other. According to the strength of Baishan City, they should have been able to kill to this extent. Chapter 896. As long as Pu Guanshan was not stupid, he should have known that if they continued to fight like this, with their tight organization, cover, and other measures, that it was impossible for White Mountain City to cause any harm to them. On the contrary, White Mountain City's strength would only decline step by step. Things had already come to this point, yet they were still unwilling to hand over Duguyen. Why? There must be another reason. Zhuoxiao Duo, Li Chenglong, and the others knew this very well. 3 days of fighting. White Mountain City had lost nearly 500 people. All of White Mountain City's strength had been exposed on the internet. 5,000 disciples. This was what Pu Guanshan said himself. In other words, Zhuoxiao Duo and the others had killed 1/10 of their combat power after 3 days of fighting. In terms of overall combat power, it was more than 1/10 of their combat power. After all, one of the 3 fairies of White Mountain City had fallen in the hands of Zhuoxiao Duo. The super avalanche created by Zhuoxiao Duo had caused a lot of trouble for White Mountain City. Although they were all Dao-reaching cultivators who were thousands of times stronger than ordinary people, it was still a huge project to completely clear them out. Moreover, during this process, they had to be on guard against constant attacks from both the open and the hidden. Other than when Zhuoxiao Duo attacked, Li Chenglong divided his 13 people into 8 groups. Li Chenglong even included the 3 Gui Xian masters from Jade Sun High School. These 8 groups, under Li Chenglong's command, launched an all-pervasive harassment and destruction. Moreover, according to his calculations, every group that attacked would be safe and sound. Li Chenglong could already see that White Mountain City's main targets were Yumoyin and Zhuoxiao Duo. Although he did not understand why they focused on attacking Zhuoxiao Duo, this did not prevent Li Chenglong from using Zhuoxiao Duo as a strategic weapon. He directly arranged for Zhuoxiao Duo, Zhua, go to the east and start the fight. Zhua, have you rested enough? Why don't you go to the north for a stroll after you've rested? Zhua, Xingxi, thank you. Zhua, continue to the east. Zhuoxiao Duo was arranged to be like a spinning top, his feet never touching the ground as he ran around tiredly. He held his breath and said, I'm honored to be called Big Boss by you. You're just ordering me around like a donkey. Li Chenglong quickly flattered, Boss is mighty and domineering. You can do what others can't. Long Yuxing and the others shouted together, Zhua is wise and mighty and domineering. Unify the Jianghu for thousands of years. Oh yeah. Zhuoxiao Duo said proudly, today, I'll show you what I'm capable of. After being flattered, Zhuoxiao Duo happily went to work. Although he knew that these guys were flattering him to get him to work, he didn't want others to flatter him. This was the only way to show that he was capable of doing what others couldn't. Zhuoxiao Duo went to work excitedly and started another round of crazy smashing. However, as the number of people in Baishan City decreased, and the consequences of the avalanche were dealt with, the effect of such attacks gradually weakened. The people of Baishan City were really anxious now. Jun Chongkong, who had been hiding in the woods, was dumbfounded by this scene. There were only a few people in total. How could Baishan City, which had thousands of flying cultivators and thousands of Guixian royal gods, be defeated so easily? How was this possible? Baishan City was too unorganized, wasn't it? However, even Jun Chongkong himself couldn't think of a feasible way to deal with Zhuoxiao's hooligan style of fighting. That was because Zhuoxiao Duo and the others didn't fight head-on at all. Instead, they played the tactic of avoiding the enemy's main force and attacking their weak points incisively and vividly. If it was a head-on battle, with the strength of Baishan City, they would have been able to completely crush Zhuoxiao Duo and the others. However, the current situation was Baishan City's people rushed out and didn't even see a single enemy. However, as soon as you returned, we would move out again and surround you from all directions. We would never be greedy. Even if we could only injure one of you at a time, it would be good enough. As long as we didn't injure ourselves, we would cause as much damage as we could. Step by step, we would weaken and obliterate you wave after wave. We were not in a hurry. Time was actually in our favor. Let's play slowly. This kind of tactic was really disgusting. Jun Chongkong, who had been hiding in the dark and watching the battle from the beginning to the end, couldn't help but admire the organizer. The guy who was commanding Zhuoxiao Duo was really a genius. He was too damn sharp. Not only was his strategy appropriate, but the most awesome thing was that his ability to find gaps was simply rare. The situation in front of him was so chaotic, but he could always accurately calculate which side's defense was the weakest and the most vulnerable. Moreover, he didn't want to take risks and rely on luck. Just like the flag of a dignified army, once he moved, he would hit the enemy's vital points without any mistakes. Zhuoxiao Duo and Umo Yen, who had gone out to attract the attention of the experts of White Mountain City, were the key to this attack pattern. While they attracted the attention of the experts of White Mountain City, the others would start to look for openings in all directions. Sneak attack. Sneak attack. They would use all kinds of methods. This kind of attack pattern wasn't hard to come up with as long as one had a little bit of foresight. However, the real difficulty of this kind of attack pattern was that the point of attack had to be the weakest and most vulnerable spot of the enemy. Every time, it would take 10 seconds. Every time they attacked, the enemy would be injured, but they wouldn't be injured. This was very difficult. It required extremely high eyesight and judgment. Once there was a wrong judgment, the situation might go out of control and collapse in an instant. Under Li Changlong's precise command, they didn't encounter any powerful enemies. Considering the lethality of this group of people, it was natural that they were like tigers in a flock of sheep. Even if they only had 10 seconds of destructive power, it was still terrifying. However, when Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu suddenly retreated with serious injuries, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Changlong immediately called for a stop. Just now, when Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu charged in, they were unexpectedly attacked by a Skysoar Realm Master. On Zhou Xiaoduo's side, Puguanshan, Guan Shanhe, and the other Skysoar Realm Master who had suddenly appeared earlier were all attracted to him. If it weren't for Zhou Xiaoyan's timely rescue, Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu might have really died. Even so, the two of them were still seriously injured by the counterattack of the Skysoar Realm Master. Most of the bones in their bodies were broken. The enemy actually has a fourth Skysoar Realm Master hidden. And there's more than one. Zhou Xiaoyan's expression was unprecedentedly grave. Zhou Xiaoduo also furrowed his brows. Naturally, he had informed Li Changlong of the fact that the enemy still had a Skysoar Realm Master hidden. Li Changlong had naturally taken this into consideration in his subsequent plans. He specialized in attacking the enemy's weak points. Every time, he was completely confident. If the enemy only had 3 or 4 Skysoars, then their sneak attacks wouldn't be noticed at all. However, he didn't expect that the enemy still had a hidden strength, which led to unexpected changes. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the number of Skysoars in Baishan City is more than 5? Li Changlong's expression became unprecedentedly grave. If that was the case, it would be somewhat inappropriate to adopt the current strategy. However, if they didn't adopt such a strategy and fought head-on, their combat strength would be even more insufficient. Gao Qiao raised a question. The current situation is changing, it's really too strange. What's strange is that we've already launched countless destructive attacks against each other. We've launched many attacks, including Zhua and sister-in-law's direct challenge. So far, we've killed at least 1,000 people in Baishan City. Why is the enemy still hiding a Skysoar Realm Master? This doesn't make sense, does it? If it's for the sake of conquering the city in one fell swoop, then the hidden Skysoar Realm Master shouldn't have made a move. He should have attacked when the Skysoar Realm Masters surrounded Zhua. Although the sudden attack of the hidden Skysoar Realm Master severely injured Long Yuxing, it can't change the overall situation. After all, the main force on our side is still Zhua. This time, Mo Yan and sister-in-law Xiao Nian are also involved. The rest are irrelevant. I even suspect that the enemy doesn't even know how many people we have now. Only severely injuring Long Yuxing and Long Yuxing doesn't mean much. Instead, it will alert the enemy and expose their strength. But that's even more unreasonable. Gao Qiao's doubts were also Li Changlong's doubts. After he raised it, it became everyone's doubt. Right, why didn't the Skysoar Realm Masters make a move before this? Since they didn't make a move, there must be another reason behind it. Then, what's the point of suddenly making a move now? This doesn't seem to make sense either. Although Li Changlong boasted that his foresight was divine, and although Gao Qiao's wisdom was as deep as the sea and could see through people's hearts, it was still difficult for them to see through the current situation. The others were even more confused. The old principal of Jade Sun High School, Han Wankue, and the others were experienced in the ways of the world. However, their level wasn't very high, and they didn't have access to things like the human token. For a moment, everyone was confused. Just what was going on? Right, those hidden Skysoar Realm Masters who didn't make a move before. What are their characteristics? In the end, Han Wankue still gave a suggestion. Could they be demonic realm masters? Or could it be that their moves are more recognizable? Or could it be the Umno Alliance or Dao League masters? Are they afraid of being recognized by us? If that's the case, then this White Mountain City is in big trouble. It's not as simple as disregarding human lives. Chapter 897. Swishiaonian came to a sudden realization and said, that's right, that's right. When I fought, I did feel that something was wrong. The atmosphere was strange. Because the two Skysoar realm experts had their faces covered. Moreover, the moves they used were all the most basic, simple, and direct offensive moves. And there was a feint. No, it should be the aura on their bodies, or the elegance when they attacked. It gave me a very different feeling and left a deep impression on me. It seemed very. Swishiaonian frowned and tried to think of a suitable word. However, Han Wankue's face was already filled with shock. Is it a kind of ancient Taoist connotation? Do I feel like I'm floating in the air? Yes, yes, yes. Swishiaonian nodded repeatedly. That's exactly the feeling. It's very elegant and ethereal. It's as if it doesn't exist in the mortal world at all. It's as if you can ride the wind and leave at any time. That kind of aura. Han Wankue's face instantly turned extremely ugly. The Dao League. It's the Dao League's 3 pure mental cultivation method. Any kind of Dao League's mental cultivation method, when cultivated to a certain level, does not even need to reach the Skysoar realm. Even the nascent soul transformation realm and the elixir realm will have this kind of indifferent, ethereal feeling. Han Wankue said angrily, no wonder they didn't make a move. It turns out that Baishan City has been colluding with the Dao League for a long time. That's right, that's right. Since Pu Guanshan dared to do such a thing, perhaps he has already betrayed the continent of astral souls and joined the Dao League. Pu Guanshan, that bastard, is courting death. Han Wankue was mad with anger. This is treason. This is treason. Gao Qiaoer and Li Chenglong looked at each other and frowned. Sui Xiaoduo also frowned and said, but it still doesn't feel right. Because this situation has been going on for a long time. If he couldn't help but make a move, he should have done it long ago, right? I can't figure it out. Indeed, he could not figure it out. However, Li Chenglong would not think about it anymore. Let's do it like this. Originally, Baishan City only had Mount Pu Guan and Guanshanhe. The third city lord, Qingguanan, has already been killed by Zhua. There are only 2 of them. But now, we can see that the other party is hiding at least 3 Skysoar realm cultivators. Since that's the case, why don't we make the situation worse and count it as 6? In other words, we have to face 8 Skysoar realm experts. Even if it's the worst case scenario, the other party has 8 Skysoar realm experts. That should be enough, right? Li Chenglong said. Not bad. Then, in order to measure our strength, we only have 2 Skysoars, or rather, 2 people who can fight against Skysoars, Zhua and sister-in-law Nian. The disparity in their overall strength is too great. Li Chenglong frowned and pondered for a moment. Then, he turned to Sui Xiaoduo and transmitted his voice. Zhua, I heard that you once blew out hundreds of thousands of wolves in the secret realm. Do you still have that kind of thing? Sui Xiaoduo sighed and transmitted his voice back. Yes, it's useful. However, that thing's lethality is too strong. Moreover, it's indiscriminate. I've already thought of this, but Dugu Yen is still inside. Once I use that thing, it's not certain if it can kill the enemy, but Du Yen will definitely die. I don't have any way to save her. If it wasn't for that, I would have used it long ago. Sui Xiaoduo's face was full of melancholy. Li Chenglong said, it's good that you can use it. He frowned and asked Yu Moyan, are you still connected to Sister Yen-er's heart? Can you still sense each other? Or rather, to what extent can you sense each other? Yu Moyan sighed and said, the only thing I can sense now is that she's still alive. However, I can't sense anything else. I think Yen has unilaterally sealed the telepathy connection. After all, it's something that the people from Mount Puguan created. I'm afraid there's another way to deal with it. If she forced herself to use it, I'm afraid the enemy will take advantage of it. Unilaterally sealed. Li Chenglong frowned. Then, he transmitted his voice to Sui Xiaoduo again. Sui, can you enter Baishan City with the thing you gave Yu Moyan? Sui Xiaoduo pondered for a moment and said, I understand what you mean. I can give it a try. However, there are too many Skysoar realm experts in there. Even if I go in personally, I won't be able to stay for long. It's fine as long as I can enter. Li Chenglong nodded and said to Yu Moyan, do you have a picture of Sister Yen-er on your phone? Yu Moyan said, of course. Li Chenglong said, give it to me. Then, Li Chenglong took Yu Moyan's phone and called out to Sui Xiaoduo. The two of them walked out quietly. What do you want this for? Sui Xiaoduo was curious. He couldn't figure out what Li Chenglong was up to. I have an idea. Li Chenglong lowered his head and searched in the snow. Finally, at the root of a big tree, after pushing away the snow, he found a few green and tender grass below. Sui Xiaoduo was startled. There's actually grass in this place of ice and snow. Don't be surprised. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and said, this kind of withered grass has no other attributes, but it's very resistant to cold. Besides, under the snow, we may seem cold, but to these grasses, it's like covering them with a layer of blankets, isolating them from the cold winter air. Why are you looking for these grasses? Sui Xiaoduo was curious. Li Chenglong looked around and chose to send a voice transmission. Boss, do you remember the cave I obtained in the trial space? Of course. Sui Xiaoduo naturally remembered Li Chenglong's great opportunity and was very envious of him back then. However, Sui Xiaoduo had never asked Li Chenglong about this. Everyone had their own secrets. Li Chenglong also had his own personal secrets. Li Chenglong also had his own personal secrets. It was best for the person involved to know the so-called secrets. That cave is the residence of the demon commander of Yingzhou, one of the 10 demon saints under the demon emperor. Li Chenglong sent a voice transmission. In there, in addition to the cultivation methods, combat techniques, and secret manuals of the demon saint of Yingzhou, the cave also has the effect of increasing the flow of time. It can be said to be the life treasure of the demon commander of Yingzhou. Sui Xiaoduo said, stop. You don't have to tell me this. Li Chenglong said, isn't it useful now? Besides, what's the point of telling you? Besides, you have such a treasure yourself. Sui Xiaoduo was dumbfounded, you know. TSK. It's not a big deal. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and said, I knew when I entered last time. I just pretended to be stupid and didn't say anything. My phone is the most advanced and most expensive phone. How can there be a time problem? You still need to ask about this, seriously. Cough. Sui Xiaoduo smiled embarrassedly, actually. You don't have to explain to me. Li Chenglong sighed and said, I'm the same as you. I'm also worried about whether I should let my brothers in to cultivate. Yes, this is indeed a problem. Sui Xiaoduo was also very distressed. At this moment, Xiaoduo suddenly had a feeling that he had finally found a group, and that he could finally pour out his grievances. They were in the same boat. It's not that I don't trust them, Li Chenglong said, conflicted. I'm the same, Xiaoduo said bitterly. What's the ratio of the flow of time on your side? Xiaoduo asked. Now it's 1 to 30. 1 day outside is 1 month inside. Li Chenglong said, unless I reach the level of the demon commander of Yingzhou. It's possible to activate the ultimate effect of the cave of inheritance inside. This ratio of the flow of time is quite good. Xiaoduo nodded. No wonder swollen strength was improving so quickly. That's not why I called you here. I've thought of a key to breaking through this situation. One of the abilities of the demon commander of Yingzhou is that he can communicate with plants, and there's also a cultivation technique that can enlighten plants. I've just finished cultivating it, but with my current cultivation, I can only use it once every half a year, and the enlightening time is very short, so only once every half a year. Xiaoduo asked, how can there be such a useless cultivation technique? Li Chenglong smiled bitterly. Only once every half a year is because my foundation is too weak, and it's not because the cultivation technique itself is bad. If I were the demon sage of Yingzhou, enlightening 10 plants in a day wouldn't be a problem. For me, once every half a year is already my limit. But if I reach the Skysoar level, I can do it once every month. Even if I reach a higher level, I'll still be able to make progress. He sighed. The reason why I said once every half a year is mainly because I won't be able to fight for a short period of time after I enlighten them this time. Because I'm completely exhausted. My body is completely drained. What's there to be afraid of? Xiaoduo patted his shoulder and said, don't worry, do it boldly. Your brother has the great tonic pill. Dragon Vigor Tiger Pill. I guarantee that you'll be able to do it 10 times a night. Li Chenglong's face twisted. Brother, you've got the main point wrong. I'm physically weak, not kidneys weak. Is there a difference between physically weak and kidneys weak? Xiaoduo looked at Li Chenglong in surprise. What's the difference? Fine. I won't argue with you. Li Chenglong naturally knew that Xiaoduo had the ability to change the topic at any time. In a while, after I enlighten it, the vitality of this grass will be able to live as another life form with intelligence for 12 hours. Li Chenglong said, so, you have to send this grass to Baishan City as soon as I'm done. Let this grass find Duguyen. I hope it succeeds. As long as Duguyen is rescued, that thing of yours can be used. Li Chenglong's eyes were ruthless. Send these bastards to hell. Chapter 898. Let this grass find Duguyen. Another form of life. Xiaoduo's eyes widened. Yes. It's another form of life. Li Chenglong nodded and said, call Yu Moyan over. Yu Moyan. Xiaoduo turned around and shouted, come here alone. Yu Moyan hurried over. There's no time to lose. Let's start now. Big brother Zhua, protect me and don't let anyone disturb me. Umo Yen, when I'm done, cut your middle finger and drip a drop of blood on this stalk of grass. Okay. Li Chenglong uprooted the grass and held it in his palm. Then, he took a deep breath. His face glowed with a faint luster. His whole body and even his hair seemed to have turned green. Yu Moyan just looked at him and didn't ask anything. Their previous friendship didn't require too much verbal communication. They could just do it directly. After a long time, a faint luster enveloped his whole body. Then, a shadow slowly appeared on Li Changlong's forehead. It was a shadow that couldn't be seen clearly. Li Changlong wholeheartedly operated his body and activated the secret technique. Finally, the shadow appeared that it was Li Changlong's own appearance. It was just that the green color was a little darker. Li Changlong's body was trembling. He had already done his best. Just as he said, it could only be used once in half a year. However, he didn't say that this was the first time he used the secret technique after he cultivated it. In fact, he wasn't confident himself. Moreover, after using it, it would cause great damage to his body. But he didn't say it. The green color became thicker and thicker. Li Changlong trembled and his lips were turning purple. Suddenly, he shouted, "Go!" The illusory figure opened its mouth, and a small green ball slowly floated out. With an extremely slow speed, he slowly landed on this stalk of green grass. Finally, the small green ball approached the stem of the grass. The grass suddenly shook violently. Even Zhuo Xiaoduo could feel the grass's desire and expectation. To Xiao Chao, this was also a great opportunity. The small green ball slowly landed on the grass and immediately seeped into it. In front of the three people's eyes, the grass suddenly doubled in size and its leaves also doubled in thickness. The whole stalk of grass became full of vitality, as if it was carved out of jade. It even sparkled. The vitality was shockingly rich. After a few seconds, the green light completely disappeared into the grass. Xiao Chao stretched out her branches and spread her leaves. In Li Changlong's hand, she tentatively moved a step timidly, and then her whole body began to tremble. Then, several leaves bent down at the same time and bowed to Li Changlong. Li Changlong's face became very gray and said, "You don't have to thank me. I didn't use this method to enlighten you. You can live here for a long time. Until you naturally grow old and wither. Now that I've enlightened you, your life has changed, but you only have 6 hours left to live." The grass listened quietly as if it could understand. Then, after listening, it bowed to Li Changlong again. Obviously, even if it was just a grass, it didn't want to live the rest of its life in ignorance. It only wanted to have these 6 hours of brilliance. It didn't want to live forever. It only wanted to be brilliant for a moment. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart was suddenly touched. It seemed that some state of mind was broken out at this moment. A sudden enlightenment rose at this moment. His heartstrings seemed to be suddenly plucked. It was just a small blade of grass. It would rather choose to have 6 hours of consciousness than be a muddle-headed grass that sprouted every year and was trampled on by others. Heaven moves vigorously, and a gentleman constantly strives to improve himself. A gentleman can be a human, but it doesn't mean that he can't be a different species. Everything can be a gentleman and constantly strives to improve himself. Then, what about us as humans? Should we be more like this? On the other side, Li Changlong said. Also, there's something that I need your help with. Thank you. The leaves of the grass swayed. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others couldn't hear it, but Li Changlong could clearly hear the grass in his soul saying, "You're welcome. This is what I should do." After pondering for a moment, Li Changlong said with emotion, "If I can succeed in this life, I'll make all flowers and trees have the ability to transform into spirits in the future." The grass bowed deeply to express its gratitude. Li Changlong brought up De Guyen's portrait in his phone and said, "I want you to enter the secret room in that city and find this woman. After you find her, tell me where she is, which direction, and which room she is in." The grass swayed its leaves and nodded. "Yu Moyan, the blood of your heart." Li Changlong shouted. Yu Moyan immediately cut open his middle finger and squeezed out a drop of essence blood, dripping it on the grass leaves. The grass absorbed the drop of essence blood into its body and then began to sway its leaves again, indicating that it was ready. Li Chenglong swayed a few times weakly and said, "Zhua, go. I'll leave the rest to you." Zhua Xiaoduo carefully picked up the grass and bowed his head sincerely. "Thank you for your hard work." The grass leaves swayed again and again. Zhua Xiaoduo stuck the divine stone on Li Chenglong's body for 3 seconds. Then, he picked up the grass and took the void transformation stone with Yu Moyin. His body turned into a gust of wind, soaring into the sky and going far away. He went straight to Baishan City. Li Chenglong only felt that the moment Zhua Xiaoduo's palm touched his body, his life energy was suddenly replenished like a tide. It was actually replenished in an instant. He looked up in surprise, but Zhua Xiaoduo was no longer in front of him. Inside White Mountain City, there was nothing but devastation as far as the eye could see. Pu Guanshan's heart ached so much that it felt like it was dripping blood. He stood in the sky and looked at the ruined Baishan City with a dark face. His heart kept twitching. Too tragic. Too tragic. Of the 5,000 Baishan City disciples, only less than 4,100 were left. As for the families that died in the avalanche and the chaos, there were more than 1,000 of them. To put it bluntly, even if everything was over now, it would take at least 3 years for White Mountain City to return to its former glory. It would take the city at least 3 years of recuperation. The one that made Pu Guanshan angry the most was no longer Zhua Xiaoduo or Yu Moyin. It was Yun Piaoliu and the other 12 people. These 12 people, 4 of them were young masters and 8 of them were fairies. What kind of powerful force was this? Even when Baishan City was almost destroyed, the 12 of them were still sitting there and drinking tea, not moving at all. How are you able to drink so much? Pu Guanshan really wanted to rush up and ask them. You're still drinking tea at this time. Can your mental state be cultivated enough? Are you really able to keep your composure? Yes, you fairies can't deal with Zhua Xiaoduo, Zhua Xiaonian, and esteemed Master Renling, but you can still deal with others, right? There are many people that came with Zhua Xiaoduo and Yu Moyin. You can deal with them. In the end, Pu Guanshan couldn't take it anymore and went up to beg. Only then did he ask 3 fairies to deal with the enemies. But at that time, Baishan City was already beyond saving. Young Master Yun, after this, if you want to rebuild Baishan City. Pu Guanshan held his breath and said, I'm afraid. It'll be very difficult. Yun Piaoliu took out a piece of white tissue and wiped his mouth and nose. He said casually, Baishan City will cease to exist from today onward. What's the point of rebuilding it? Cease to exist? Pu Guanshan was dumbfounded. What do you mean, young Master Yun? Yun Piaoliu said calmly, you participated in the fight against Zhua Xiaoduo. From today onward, you're destined to cease to exist in the land of astral souls. What's there to miss about Baishan City? Ah! Pu Guanshan was dumbfounded. Young Master Yun, what are you talking about? What? What's going on? He never thought that one day, he would cease to exist in the land of astral souls. Hearing this, not only Pu Guanshan, but even Guan Shanhe, who was standing to the side, was dumbfounded. The moment he thought about it, his heart almost stopped beating. What's going on? I can't exist in the land of astral souls anymore. It can't be that serious, can it? Young Master Yun. Guan Shanhe's lips were dry. Is it really that serious? There are still a lot of people who are paying attention to this matter, whether it's on the internet or in real life. Although we're fighting fiercely here, Baishan City is a remote place after all. Besides, it's normal for geniuses to die in the martial world. Guan Shanhe couldn't accept it. Even if that Zhua Xiaoduo is Ling Ran superior, Zhua Xiaoduo isn't dead yet. We're the ones who suffered losses. It doesn't matter whether Zhua Xiaoduo is dead or not. Do you understand? Do you really not understand? Yun Piaoliu said with a smile, as for your way out. I've prepared a castle for you outside the Yun family. The weather there is much better than Baishan City. Pu Guanshan and Guan Shanhe came to the same conclusion at the same time. Then, they were dumbfounded. We didn't want to betray the land of astral souls. We only cooperated with you to get some resources so that we could benefit from each other and find some geniuses like 2 wings against hearts for you. Although it's not like we're betraying the land of astral souls, we didn't want to betray the land of astral souls. Why do we have to live in a castle outside the Yun family's residence in just a few days? Well, it seems that you really don't know the rules of the 3 continents. Feng Wuhan pretended to be surprised and said, the esteemed person of the human favor medallion is considered a rare and protected species in any continent. Any expert of this continent who tries to deal with him will die. It's the kind of death where the whole family is wiped out. It's a warning to others so that they won't dare to cross the line. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.